Hello, Killer Stapler. Hello, Mr. Grandmaster. I guess first time somebody called me like that. Welcome. Just started stream. I don't know that word. E-money. Looking dapper. What means dapper? Some American slang or what? Stylish. I don't know. I'm stylish or not. Sasha, hello. Hello, guys. Yeah, today I wanted to share with you. Oh, hello, tactical mod. By the way, guys, um, we have in chat tactical mod, my friend, and we have to thank him because yesterday he was at my house, guest me, and first of all he gifted me and my brother two mouses. One I will have here, as you see, new mouse, and also he shared with me very interesting books, and I want to share with you one of them. It calls International um, Grandmasters International Tournament in Zurich, 1953, wrote by D.Bronstein, a famous Soviet Union Grandmaster, and the history knows him like a creative genius and always a tactical player. And this book was his first uh, work like author, and it became it became really like one of the best classical books are really classical in chess history. But before we would go to the games from out of this book, I wanted um, tell you a few words about David Bronstein, who he was, his career, and David Bronstein was born in Ukraine um, at 1924. Uh, Thank you, Kamelis, for following. In Jewish family, um, he learned chess, started chess when he was 6 years old only. Uh, he became a master at age of 16. Um, uh, Age of 16, and grandmaster title he got when he was a really mature player on 26 years old in 1950. He became grandmaster. Um, he won a lot of tournaments in his career, include of two Soviet Union championships. One of was in 1948, and his peak career was 1951. So when in 1948, when he won Soviet Union championship, he qualified for interzonal tournament. In that time, it was interzonals, and he won it and qualified for uh, challenger tournament, which he also won against last match against Isak Borislavsky, one of his closest friend outside of chess also. Uh, by the way, he was also married to his daughter of Isak Borislavsky in 1984. What I know from information, when he was 60 years old, and and oh, after he won this challenger tournament, he played versus Botvinnik for world title in 1951. So in that period, it was a cycle of 3 years. Every 3 years, world champion should defend title against challenger. 3 years because uh, after if world champion was defeated, he had one year to take match revenge. What he did, for example, after he lost to Smyslow, 1954, then he played match revenge, he won. Then Botwing also lost to Michaltal, then he won, so we know it. Uh, and in this match, it was 24 games, and it's over 12-12. So Bronstein was very close to win this match, like in history, Karl Schlechter against Lasker. Same situation almost, but it was 24 games. And 2 games before the end of match, he was leading with 1 point. So he was winning 5 games, and Botvinnik was winning 4 games with draws. And he lost, unfortunately, 23rd game, and it became 5-5. And last game it was draw. So Botvinnik saved the title. But this was his peak result of Bronstein to tie in the World Championship match, and he never repeat the same result. He was qualified also for a few international interzones, but he never qualified for match again. So and this book dedicated for the Challengers tournament in Zurich, Switzerland, 1953, and he World sees this book on 1956, as I know, and um, it's very interesting because his commentary is very beautiful. He said in books that uh, he did not analyze too much variations. He don't show. He more explain, and it's not good that some commentators are putting too much variations, more than a human player can calculate. So he was trying to be more like explain, and the main accent was on middle game, as he say. In the first yeah, about tournament, it was 15 players around robin, and one player always was resting every game, and players being like Sabo, Naidorf, Petrosyan, Auerbach, Taimanov, Eive, Stahlberg, Geller, Reshevsky, Smyslov, Kronstein, Kotov, Borislavsky, and Grigorich. So the absolutely best of that period of players. And I want to start the first game of this book from the first round between Sabo versus Keller. And yeah, Bronstein says that it shows how uh, how white could use the weakness of the black squares. And then we will see what happened in the game. So Sabo was white against Keller. He started with c4 here, and Keller answers with knight f6 and g3. There is such a line um, which can transpose to the Catalan system, which happened in this game. Also can be some kind of like a Brady system, but Geller decided to play e6. Thank you, Apple, for following. After e6, bishop g2 by Sabo, and now we slowly go to Catalan. This system very well known and very solid by white. Very hard for black to win, to get advantages in this system. Usually they're trying hard to equalize and hold the game. DC in this game played Keller. Another main lines in nowadays is the check, for example, provocating bishop d2, then go back on e7, or first c6, knight f3, then check. So DC was played by Keller, and queen e4 by Sabo. Yeah. In 18, number 18 of in this book, Sabo repeat this position against Keres. We will see it. So this time knight d7 by Geller, knight f3, Sabo played, a6. It's also known theory even now. Chess lines, hello man. Everything perfect. How are you? Queen c4, otherwise after b5 will protect with tempo. Queen c4 and b5. Do you hear me guys or not? No, I think it's okay because before people was hear me, so I will not touch because then some another problems will begin. So before I not buy microphones, I'm sorry, this is the best. So b5, queen c6. This is very interesting line. And Sabo had in mind plan to create weaknesses over black squares. So we will see how he will do it. Rook b8, queen 6 is a little bit delays of bishop b7 move. So rook goes to b8 and now bishop f4. This was his idea, attacking here. So knight d5 by Keller and bishop g5. Yeah, probably Sabo prepared this line before tournament. And bishop e7 by Geller. And he took 7, queen 7. The uh, first task is um, solved. Sabo managed to exchange the blacks for bishops. Second is to develop. Bishop b7. Queen c2 was played. And c5 plays immediately Geller because some e4 also could be possible of rook c1. So he decided to get rid from this weak pawn immediately. Logical continuation, dc and knight c5 played by Geller. Rook f c1 attacking over c file. So if knight goes, white will control c files. That's why Geller tries to cover, support the knight and develop. So knight c3 was played by Sabo, logical continuation, and knight f6 now played Geller. And this is a little bit inaccuracy. Uh, so the main battle will be on the queen side. So better was to keep this knight on the queen side. So knight b6 was considered as a good option by according to Bronstein. And the point was that after b4, like similar to the game, then black controls this c4 important square here. So knight f6 he played. Also was some idea to take knight b5, ab and b4 here. This is also allowed because rook is not so much protected with idea take. But Sabo decided to play against black squares. So he plays b4, knight a4 played by Geller. He's trying to exchange more pieces. This move he played. Queen b3 attacked knight. He took knight c3, rook c3. So logical continuation and make castle here. And rook c1. White is used that in this position. Geller played rook d8 because the point was that rook c8 was big mistake. Duel of check on c8 here. Bishop c8, rook c8, and after knight e8, there was very unpleasant move knight e5 here. And there was no defense against bishop c6. For example, f6, white plays bishop 6 and fe, take rook e8, and this will have a piece up in the endgame. That's why Geller played rook d8 here. Geller sees that positional pressing pressure or can be become very dangerous, uh, and he's trying to complicate the situation now. So after a3, he plays knight d5 here, and after queen d4. So the white idea, of course, to play knight e3, knight d3, or knight e1, knight e5, knight d3, and occupy this very important square. If knight will be here, white will have serious advantage. But Geller trying to complicate after f6, knight e1, e5, and now Sabo played mistake here. So he made big mistake. He played queen c5 here. And much stronger in this position, Was queen a7 strong move? Very unpleasant pin, and for black it's not easy to deal with it because, for example, rook d7 loses immediately here because of queen b7. Rook d7, then bishop d5 check. Wherever this king goes, there will be rook c8, eliminate this queen and eliminate this bishop, this rook, I mean. And black army completely disappear from the board. So rook d7 simply loses. And what to do here? After queen a7, no, maybe. Yeah, also rook a8 this does not works because of bishop d5, of course. And there is a check, and bishop cannot take here because queen is hangs. Yes, and maybe uh, Geller was going to play e4 here, according to Bronstein. Probably he want to play e4. What else? Otherwise, knight will come here. E4, but here, um, after bishop e4, knight f4, also idea here, or queen e4. Queen e4 is more better. Queen b7, queen e2 with unclear game here. But knight f4 is dubious move because idea after queen b7 to take it and then take and fork takes the rook, but white has beautiful move bishop f3 here. Look at this. We're protecting this pawn. Also here's the pin. Knight e2 we take and queen b7, and white is better. But as we understand, queen e4 it leads to unclear. But after e4, instead of bishop e4, bishop h3 was very good move here, controlling these important squares, avoiding rook d7. Still, this pin is unpleasant, then and white has pressure here. Let's see what happened after queen c5. Vasan, you can find my videos which I uploaded on YouTube. If you click, for example, on Twitch, my Twitch channel, about, right? When you click about, you see the information about me. Then down there will be a lot of links with the buttons, so you can see the YouTube channel. You click it, and you will see my channel. So very easy to find it out. Yeah. So Queen c5 instead of Queen e7 strong move played by Sabo, and Geller exchanged. Rook c5 now was best move, and white still keeps some advantage in the end game because this knight will sooner or later comes here, and white has very good perspectives. But he take bc, and he saw that maybe this pawn will become very strong here, combining with rook and also this pin. But black finds nice resources to defend here. So he played bishop c6 first of all, blocking the pawn, not allowed c6. This would not help because anyway c6 was coming, and after bishop 6 there was bishop d5 and rook c8. After rook 6 simply bishop d5, and black is loses here. So bishop c5, bishop 6 he blocks to have always knight e7 idea, and this is protect. Rook d1 played by Sabo. Maybe he miscalculated something. He thought maybe he will win some piece here, but unfortunately it doesn't work. E4 is a threat to win this rook, but rook d7 only and good move. Now e4 leads to knight c3 or knight e7, and then white has to be careful because in endgame this is stronger pawns than c5 because it can be easily blocked and become weakness even. So bishop h3 played by Sabo. Uh, Chess explained in the e4 line. Can play continue with e3? Let's go back. You mean probably in this line? Uh, Queen a7, e4, bishop h3, maybe e3? Here probably you mean, yes? Yes, maybe they can, but obviously we don't take it. Most probably this is the idea of Bronstein, and this knight goes here and then here. So it can be dangerous for black. Not easy to find what to do here. This pawn can become also weakness in endgame. For example, rook a8, maybe something like this endgame, and then I will put knight here, and then bishop somehow will be transferred here to exchange, and then this pawn will fall down. It's not so big counterplay, in my opinion. Okay, but it did not happen. You are welcome. Did not happen in the game, so this is just history. Rook d1, rook d7, bishop h3. Obviously, after rook 7, he wants to give check and win the game after bishop d5. Uh, Geller not blunder this. He plays simply rook e7, protect this square. King f1 played by Sabo. Uh, Bronstein said that white position is not anymore better, so most probably white's decision was just repeat the moves and make draw. And he says this actually psychological mistake, which follows chess lovers, chess fans, amateur players, or even grandmasters, because often during the game when you have big advantage of winning and then you miss it, you still continue. You lost the objective evaluation of position. You still continue pushing and get punished for that. That's what happened to Sabo here. He lost objectively. So king f1, he still continues. He thinks that he's better, but he's not. And we'll see what's going on here. No, sorry, here was knight e c2, a5, this position. Yeah. And now he played king d1. Again, in this position, he could again make draw with continuation, but he continues uh, play for victory. It was last time when he could make draw. Now rook c7. So Geller protects bishop and always can have this move. And what happened here? Rook d3 Sabo plays. Maybe he understood that something go wrong here and start to play for defense. But bishop b7 attacking this weakness. And he simply lost this pawn now. No defense for this pawn. So most probably when he realized that he missed all his advantage, he just panicked here and lost this pawn now. And after that, he played knight e3 here, rook c5. Now black's plan is easy, to create passer on the queen side. Thank you for following. And promote it to the queen. And white cannot do anything against it, unfortunately. So knight f5, he tried to somehow activate pieces with either knight d6, so bishop 6 simply protects everything. Knight d6 was played, king f8, and after king f8, bishop g2. Too late for Saba, of course, to play like that. And now g6 played by Geller. Probably he wanted to play king e7 and avoid this check. So king d2 by Sabo, king e7 attacking the knight here. So knight e4, rook c4. So there is not any jumps which leads to any benefits for white. This knight is don't have good squares. F3, that's why Sabo played, maybe to have this move. Also, some maybe he want to activate bishop and not because he want to freeze this bishop out of defend of this knight. But it's obviously very passive. F5 by Geller attacking the knight. Knight f4. After knight f4, rook a4. We see how slowly and surely Geller is converting his material advantage. So he wants to play b4, then activate rook, create passer. Knight d1 played by Sabo. He wants to play something like that. e4 from whole board is troubles coming. F3 attacking the rook. Rook b3 played by Sabo. What else? He don't have any squares. And rook d4 check. Attacking king. King c1 played by Sabo. He wanted to keep this king closer to this passer. And b4 finally. So after b4, knight e3 played by Sabo. So obviously not a4 because of check and we take here. So after knight e3, Geller plays knight c3, the knight to exchange. Also, this is weak. Bishop a4 is coming. We see that black completely controls situation here. Bishop is passive. So Sabo takes a b, knight e2, king b1 here, and a b. Now black has two pawns, and there is no defense. No, actually, he did not take here. He played bishop a4, attacked his rook, and he wants probably take with rook here. And after rook b2, he played check. And now bishop takes this control, and black cannot, white cannot play king c2. So he played king c1 here. And after king c1, a b. And what to do here? There is no good continuation for white. For example, if king comes here, defense pawns, and rook will activate it, so black easily convert these two pawns. And after a b, he played rook d2 as a this is simply desperation. So d2, king d2, king d6. Now king joins to the action, and after knight g4, with the knight f6 attack here and here, um, he don't care. He plays king c5. Probably after knight f6, as I understood, he want to play king d4, then e3 check, and b3 b2. Yeah, so this doesn't works. After that, he just played h4, knight king d4, h5, gh. This is just simply desperation. And he just could resign long time ago, but he still continues play. And after check on b5, um, knight king f2, b3, he finally resigned. So we see that in this game, in the opening and middle game, Sabo played well. He had advantage, but in the critical position, he made first inaccuracy here, queen c5 instead of queen a7. I think he just miscalculated, in my opinion. Maybe he blundered that here also rook c5 kept some advantage, but after bc, probably he saw that he's winning knight somehow. Maybe he just blundered this move. Usually, it's always hard to play first round, you know. For me also, first round I usually play not so good. Often lost or even make draw. So that was bad beginning for Sabo. So the second game of the book, I will write it. Who is playing? 1 second. We need text. So it was played between Naidorf, who is white, against Samuel Reshevsky. Miguel Naidorf versus Reshevsky. So I think by English it's like this. I'm not sure. Maybe just like that. Maybe like this. Naidorf versus Reshevsky. Zurich. Okay. Okay, hope you see it. Naidorf, yeah. Oh, hello, man. What time is for you in New Jersey? Maybe should be some early morning, no? I'm not sure, but feels like should be around 7 maybe. 7, 8, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Ah, okay, 8:28, okay. So Najdorf started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and Nimzowitsch system after bishop b4 here. e3 played Najdorf. Uh, his Bronstein says that creator of this system, Nimzowitsch, uh, could not predict or think that 30 years later after he created, uh, the strong players still did not decide a3 is good or not in this position. uh, to clarify immediately what bishop is do here. Okay, so a3 is not super popular nowadays. In recent game between Caruana and Aronian was played f3 move, which leads to very sharp positions. But e3 in this is classical continuation. I like to play it too. c5, bishop d3. So this is more flexible than knight f3 because in some options you have knight g2. I also like to play it. You can put it here or here, and bishop anyway goes to d3. So first white develop bishop castle, and in this game knight f3 played by knight of, and d5. This is one of the most main line in Zurich after castle and knight c6. Bronstein says that Nimzovich never was taking c5 square by pawn. His idea of Nimzovich was to, after he would exchange bishop on c3, pawn goes here, and then he wanted to provoke d5 soon later, and then this knight would take this c5 square. But since that time, the theory in modern chess changed, and modern players don't believe that they can use this like the idea what Nimzovich suggested, and instead they immediately counterattack the center of white here, and this is the main weapon in modern opening of Nimzovich from black side. So castle and knight c6. This this position faced a lot of good players played from different sides. They include Kasparov, Kramnik, Anand in more modern, and also in more older, also Botvinnik and many other grandmasters. So a3, bishop street, bc. Yeah. So and black has pair of bishops, and they have planned to open up the position of obviously, and black trying to blockade and use usually they try to play on light squares, and let's see what happens. So in this position dc played by Reshevsky. Reshevsky's problem was always that he had almost in every game huge time trouble, like nowadays Alexander Grishuk for example can be comparable to Reshevsky. Almost in every game Sasha has time troubles. Sometimes he play extremely well, sometimes he collapsed because of that. So bishop c4 and queen c7. Nowadays also is one of the main line. So what is the main ideas of these positions? What is the plans? So in the white's position, pieces and pawns, it's we feel very big potential. Yes, if they start to move and in the center open diagonals and so on, it will be very big risk for black. Yeah, so we need to activate this pawn somehow, first of all, and activate these bishops. First of all, of course, this bishop on c1, which for now it's closed here on c1. So most logical plan is to play e4 and then e5 and kick out knight from this defensive position and then attack on the king side. Black is uh, trying to play against this plan, and they have to counterattack on the white center here. Especially this d4 pawn. Once this pawn will go to e4, it will become less strong. So they need to play against this. So Reshevsky in this game do this plan successfully because Miguel Naidov did not try to realize his plan well. So let's see what happened. He plays a4. So this is probably the most unlogical plan, uh, according to Bronstein. He trying to activate bishop on the diagonal, which is not the best way to do here, because this c5 pawn will be defended very easy, and bishop on a3 will be out of game. Also, this a4 potentially can become weakness here. So b6 was played, bishop a3, bishop b7, and neither played bishop ce, c4, e2 to avoid some tactical ideas here in future, like, and hang on c4. But knight a5 played by Samuel Reshevsky. He supports c5 pawn. Also, knight is feels here very well. Also, he controlled this important square, and white is out of plan here. Hello, hello. Ruches, hello, доброе день. So after bishop e2, knight a5, dc took knight of pc. Probably he wanted uh, uh, exchange to make weakness on c5, and this bishop looks better now. But this file is open now, and black can create counter chances. C4 played by Miguel, and bishop e4. Very interesting move. Banana, hello. So black wants to play this, and control these squares. So bishop e4 to avoid queen c2 move. So queen e1, rook d8, queen c3, and rook a b8 played. So black is taking control over these squares here. This is a weak square, and also bishop controls b1 square here, as we see. And white already has some uh, serious problems here. Also, some knight g4 ideas is coming, by the way. And this queen looks here. With the bishop f3, immediately win the game. So that's why Miguel played rook ft1 here. Rook d1, rook d1, and bishop c6, strong move by um, Reshevsky. He finds that this pawn is very weak now, and white has problems because they cannot take here. For what reason they cannot take here, by the way? Let me think. Maybe knight e4. I guess knight e4 because bishop f3 is not convincing. Rook bishop d6 attacking the queen, and then we take here. But knight e4 probably was the idea, and white has problems here because queen a3 and most probably will play rook b3 here, attacking, then this attacked. That's why neither play queen c2 defending, h6 useful move, control g5, also have this square for king. h3 is the same idea by what else? Neither doesn't have any activity here. He cannot take bishop pawn. He cannot do anything. For example, bishop c5 is bishop e4 move, and this bishop attacked. And in case of bishop d6, we don't take bishop c2 because of bishop c1. But what the hell happened? What did I click? I clicked something. I don't know. What did I click actually? I don't have any idea what I clicked. I need to restore this position. 1 second, guys. It just disappeared, right? Okay, how it was? Knight f6, c4, 6, knight c3. All gone, yeah. But all gone and it will come back, don't worry. d5, d castle. I just click something on mouse, some button, and everything just expired. This, bishop c4. Yeah, Ostanoveva, hello. So e6, 4, bishop e7, bishop knight f5, queen c7, dc. So let's restore it like that. Bishop e4, rook b8, rook d1, rook d1, rook d1, bishop e6. So this was position, yeah. So I was telling that bishop e5 doesn't work here because of bishop e4, bishop d6, we take queen d6 here. And the problem that rook d6, bishop c2. In case of queen e4, we take on d1 first and then knight e4, and black has extra rook on the board. So h3 by Nader, so he cannot do anything else, just wait. And knight b3 by Rishevsky, so he's attacking directly this pawn. Unfortunately, black doesn't have time to transfer this knight here, which looks very nice, yes, attacking both pawns. Because after knight d7, there would be unpleasant move bishop b2, and in case knight b6, there is a queen c3, attacking here and here. So that's why he activated this knight, protecting here, and same time attacking this pawn. And knight of played bishop b2 here. Bishop e4 probably not possible because bishop e5 and this rook is hangs. So he played knight d7 here, controlling this square. And after queen c3, he played f6. So reducing the power of this bishop, and this pawn is weak. And Bronstein says that black uh, won a strategical battle. This pawn will be lost, and white bishop still cannot find good diagonals. And in this hard situation, neither finds the desperate. He started to play desperate way and try to um, um, try to complicate situation because Reshevsky was close to the Zeitnot here. So knight h2 played. And he said, Bronstein says that as closer to the Zeitnot, as less strategical play and as more tactical. Mikhail Smyslov, hello. And the knight b6 played here by Reshevsky. And what do you think? What happened here? Incredible. They just agreed for draw. Can you imagine? And Bronstein asked how to defend knight a4 move here. And he says that white did not solve this question because they agreed draw. And because Reshevsky had 4 minutes here for 16 moves of control, and that's why he offered draw after knight b6 here. Probably he did not have time to calculate till the end variation after knight g4. It looks scary with 4 minutes on the clock. After knight f4, knight f6 check, gf, and queen f6. And after game, Naidrov was writing in commentates that here in this position he would guarantee the draw. And for example, after knight b2, bishop g4, and it's impossible to avoid this. For example, knight d1, there is a perpetual bishop e4, bishop e6, and bishop f5. For example, there is beautiful variation after queen g7 here. Bishop e6, and after king h8, there is simply repetition. Queen e8. No, sorry, first king h7, of course. Bishop f5, king h8, and now rook d8, rook d8, queen d8, and there is a perpetual queen f6, queen d8. And black cannot avoid the win, the perpetual. 1 second. This mouse is doing something by itself. I don't know. I'm probably touching some buttons here. Um, if white if black is not takes knight a4 here and plays e5, yes, to reduce this power with that knight a4, then white had queen c2 move here. And this queen penetrates on g6 and creates very strong threats. And probably it would lead to draw. Hello, hello. But white's task would be much harder. That instead of to play like in game knight b6 here, he would simply take a4, yeah, keeping this knight protector of f6 square. And now after knight g4, he would have e5 here, closing this diagonal, and after queen c2 with idea queen g6 and knight h6, simply knight f8. And this knight is, we know that knight always good defender for the queen, for the king. He controls very important squares here, and white is in trouble. Another way after game, knight b6, for example, knight g4 was knight d4. Very interesting move, guys. And now what to do? Um, for example, after ed, there is knight a4, using the rook also attacking this bishop. And black has advantage in this position. The idea of knight d4 is, of course, to close this diagonal now. And white doesn't have anymore these ideas. Okay? But of course, Bronstein says that it was very hard to calculate during the game for Reshevsky all these lines, and that's why maybe it was practical decision to make draw. I will show you all games of this book because it's first of all very strong grandmasters playing, and we give respect to Bronstein. By the way, Bronstein passed away in 2006. He was born on 1924 and passed away on 2006. Next game was played between very strong players also. I'll write it. So it was played between Petrosyan and Petrosyan Keres. So Petrosyan started with c4, English opening, c5 by Keres. Yeah, it's international. You see the title, the name of the book. I put it in the title of stream. So if you find the title of the stream, there is a name of book. There is a name of book, I mean. So c5, knight f3. This is a challenger tournament. It calls International Grandmaster Tournament. This is challenger tournament in Zurich, 1953. Famous book. Knight f6, d4, cd, knight d4, e6. It's also quite popular nowadays. G3, d5, bishop g2, and e5 by Keres. Very sharp line. So Keres, Bronstein says that Keres is playing very actively in the opening. Um, Now he creates two strong pawns because he used that this doesn't works. Knight e5 because queen e5 check and queen takes the knight here. But knight f3 nowadays is the best move. Then castle e3 and there is a very complex positions. So especially black has to be very careful because it's kind of modern Benoni ideas which tempos up for white. So must be careful. But in this game, Petrosian plays more safe move, knight d c2. Probably he wanted to avoid the preparation of Keres. He thought maybe that Keres prepared it very well, so knight f3 looks logical, but he played knight c2, d4 anyway, castle, knight c6, knight d2 by Petrosian. This was good choice, I guess, by Keres because it carries a dynamical chess, dynamical play, and Petrosian we know that he was more like positional, slow maneuvering player, so it was good choice to immediately put pressure on Petrosian with dynamical play. Bishop g4, so not allow e3, also idea is d3 here. Knight f3, played by Petrosian. So it means that imagine that Petrosian would start here with knight f3, c5, and he could play knight e3, knight c6, knight c2, and we could transpose to the same line. But he played knight c2. Maybe during the game he thought that e4 carries idea here. Most probably, as I understood, he did not want to allow this, but main move is d4. So that's why he played here, and d4, in this position. Knight f3, not allow this idea. And a5 played by Keres here. So Keres, Bronstein says that black has already to start to think about develop this side and then castle. Also tempting was here, he said, to go for the long castle. So bishop f3. We see now how Bronstein was thinking, how creative he was. Bishop f3, and in case of bishop f3, e4 idea. Bishop g2, and then to play h6, not allow bishop g5 here. And after, for example, b3 with either bishop b2, to play queen d7, bishop b2, and long castle. Okay, this is very risky play, of course, but it shows how Bronstein was thinking. Yeah, but it unfortunately does not work because first of all, after bishop f3, white takes ef here, and then they play f4 in future and break the center. So a5 he played to insurance to make insurance from any b4 ideas in advance. Bishop g5 by Petrosian. So he wants to eliminate this strong knight, which controls important squares and supports e4 and maybe in future transfer like that. Now, Keres played bishop c5 here, creating idea with e4. But Bronstein say that bishop e7 was modest and stronger. And practically, soon later, white would be forced to take care. So let's see what will happen after bishop c4. And now Petrosian played e4. Probably he wanted block once and forever this idea like e4 and then maybe transfer this knight like here. I don't think that this was good decision here. In the spirit of Benoni was maybe to play h3, and if this goes here, then knight d2, then exchange, then g4, knight e4. But Petrosian, we know he had this, uh, he has such a feeling of danger, such a high feeling of the danger when something was go wrong. So he in advance make prophylaxis for the plan for black. He plays e4, h6 by Keres. He took on f6, queen f6, and play knight c e1 and go into block here. And now Keres played queen e6, first of all attacking here and also not allow h3 move. And now um, Bronstein says, he says that the most important point in the position is square d4 here. After queen e6 and knight d3, uh, white minimize black chances to use the advance of this pawn and open squares for these pieces. And Bronstein, uh, here he saw that d3 was probably interesting sacrifice with promising play for black here. You see the d3, he sacrificed the pawn, then maybe make rook d8 or king d8 or even a long castle, and then put knight here or go here, castle, and have conscience. But this was very responsible move for first round for Keres, and he did not play it. He played queen e6, and after knight d3, white is okay here. Bishop e7, and now h3. Strong move by Petrosian because he used bishop h3 not possible here. Because white simply take back the this central pawn, also attacking knight and also here. So that's why he take here. Also was mistake bishop h5 here because knight d4 and this is attacked here. This is attacked. So he take here. Something go wrong for Keres. Probably queen e6 was not good move. Yes, maybe castle. Simply castle was better even. And he take queen f3, queen c4, rook f c1, queen e6, and queen a5 strong move by Petrosyan here. And now white completely equalized the position. Beautiful move by Bronstein. There is a combination motives behind it. For example, black cannot take queen e5, ef, and protect this pawn for obvious reason of rook c6, pc, check, attacking here, and after king f7, bishop d5, check first and take this rook. For example, if after queen e5, queen d6 without a castle, then f4, very unpleasant move, and after g6, there is a fe, or even rook c5. So that's why Keres played bishop d6, Petrosyan exchanged, and now position is equal, and it's fastly goes to the drawish ending. So king d7, bishop f1. So black has pawn up, but this is completely blockaded. It's also different color bishops. Also these pawns are weak. So obviously white has perfect position, but it's enough only for draw. a4 plays by Keres. He wants to penetrate here. Knight e1 by Petrosyan because knight a5 met by bishop b5 check, and we grab the pawn and getting strategically winning position. But carries, of course, don't blind it. Play rook a, don't blunder, and play rook a5, controlling the square. Rook c2 by Peterson. He must double rooks. Rook h c8, rook a c1, rook c7 and the defense of bishop. Ah, no, no, not rook c1. Rook c7, he played instantly knight e7, and they exchanged here. So black is doing maximum, but unfortunately white's position is very uh, safe. So bishop c4 by Peterson. He first dump bishop in, and then he wants to now bring knight and then king here. Bishop e7 by Keres. He probably wanted to play knight d6, attacking bishop and pawn. So knight d3 was played. Knight d6, f3. We see that white has such a strong blockade here that black cannot do anything anyway. So he takes knight c4, rook c4. Thank you for following. And bishop d6. He protects here, and maybe he has some hopes to activate this rook somehow, but it doesn't work against such a player like Petrosan. So he play king f2, rook a6. Uh, Impossible to activate rook because this hangs. He simply plays some moves. g5, king d1 by Petrosian, rook a8. So the possibility of rook f8, rook. He just simply waits king e2, h5 by Keres. So white simply holds the position with rook c1, and rook goes to h8, rook h1, not even allowed g4. So blade has nothing here. So he blocked situation on the king side. So on the queen side, white is perfect. Knight potentially can be very dangerous. b5 by Keres. Maybe he wanted to play rook b8 and b4. Rook goes back to c1, rook b8, king t1. After b4, I'm sure Petrosian would take and play rook c4, attacking bishop, and takes rook pawn on a4. So could be dangerous for black already. That's why he simply waits here, and after a repetition of moves, in few moves, they simply continue for 3 moves later and agreed for draw. Yes, this how Petrosian felt the danger and reduced chances uh, of Keres. Next game between future winner of tournament Smyslov against Auerbach. Auerbach is white. Let me write it. Smyslov versus. No, 1 second, guys. Auerbach is white. Auerbach versus Smyslov. Mikhail Smyslov in our chat should be proud now. All right. So Auerbach started with e4, e5, knight h3, knight c6. This is third game, no, fourth game from this book. And bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6. The main line Spanish. Bishop b7, rook e1. Now here's the threat, so b5 the play. Bishop b3, d6 with the idea knight e5. The exchange normally good for black because this bishop is very strong. That's why white plays c3 to have this square, and also preparing d4 move, castle. h3 is a classical move because they not allow bishop g4 pin after d4. But also there is a theory. Bishop g4, then bishop e3 and long theory. So h3, the most main line, knight e5, bishop c2, c5, d4, and queen c7. This is a Chigorin system of Spanish line. Mikhail Smyslov. Um, this is quite often guessed in the modern tournaments too. But in that tournament, in this tournament of Zurich, it was played only 6 times. And he says that usually white transfer the pieces to the king side and try to create something, but modern grandmasters, he says that they learn to defend such positions well, and this line mostly leads to the draw. So this current game was not an exception. So knight d2 played by Auerbach, bishop d7 connecting the rooks, knight df1. This traditional line, a traditional maneuver of the knight. This from b1 it goes to e3 or g3 and take control of these two squares. So black has to be careful. Rook f e8, knight e3, and bishop goes here. Bishop d2 by Auerbach. g6 played by Smyslov. He controls this square and also have opportunity to put bishop here if necessary. Rook a c1 played by Auerbach. And he says that it's hard to say if last two moves, this bishop d2 and rook c1, if it was a strategical plan of Auerbach, because Bronstein says that this bishop and this rook is placed not better than on the first positions. And after white lost two tempos, white doesn't have any good perspectives, good chances of diversion on the king side after they lost so much time. But Auerbach don't want to take more responsibility on himself to push this pawn forward. Probably it was first round and he wanted to play more safe, as I understood. So, what happened here, guys? Knight c6, logical move by Smyslov. He brings back this knight to the game, attacking the central pawn and asking white the question what they want to do: close the center or play like Auerbach did, dc. d5 leads to completely another positions. There can be different ideas like knight even can go back, or knight d8, then c4, knight b7, knight c5 ideas, or knight e7, and play kind of like King's Indian ideas, maybe to continue with f5 ideas. But dc was played by Auerbach, dc, and he plays knight h2. We decided to exchange this knight and take control over d5 square. Rook a d8 played by Smyslov, watching to this queen. Queen f3 by Auerbach, attacking the knight. We see that this bishop d2 and rook c1 really was useless idea. It was better to do it directly, this kind of idea. So bishop g7 protected by Smyslov. Rook e d1 played by Auerbach. Thank you for following. I guess knight d5 probably would lead nowhere because um, I think he would take here ed, and maybe he would transfer this knight like this, and block, and then he could advance these pawns here. so it could be dangerous for white strategically. Auerbach wants to take this square when knight will go, but fortunately it doesn't work so far because knight g4 here is simply blunder after bishop g4, ag. There is a bishop under attack. That's why he played rook a ed1 here, protect the bishop. Bishop e6 attacking pawn, bishop b1 by Auerbach, and queen e7 played by Smyslov. Bronstein said in first game, first round, uh, both players are playing quite a safe way. Yeah, not any single piece crossed the quarter, the half of the board. The both partners are as possible as more. They're hiding their ideas. But finally, Auerbach started action here, knight g4. So the idea to take and then play knight d5. And Smyslov took on f4. And Auerbach played knight g4. ag was like more logical continuation, but Smyslov, when he played queen e7, he wanted to play queen h4 here. This was his idea, not allow knight d5 obviously because of pawn, and in case of g3 probably he wanted to play queen h3, and it's not possible to catch this queen here, and it creates some unpleasant pressure on the queen side, on the king side. That's why Auerbach in the first round he decided not to complicate things, he take with knight. But such a play of course could not lead to uh, any advantage. So knight f5, Smyslov creates his own counter chances. He wants to go here. b3 played by Auerbach, logical move, control this square, and he goes back. Probably the idea to he provocated this b3, and now this pawn became weak, and black has idea b4 exchange, and knight can come here, as I understood. So bishop e3 played by Auerbach, controlling this square. Now b4 doesn't work because he will take then cb, and there is a knight or pawn. That's why Smyslov takes on d1, queen d1, rook d8, and he goes back. Again, b4 doesn't work. That's why Smyslov plays rook d7. Maybe he wanted to play queen d8 in some moments. Rook d1 by Auerbach here. We see that this bishop is quite bad. It looks to this pawn, so no good perspectives of attack anything on king side. And in this position, Smyslov played b4. And Bronstein says that after a slow play of white, black gets some advantage. Now they want to create this very strong point on d4. Also was interesting plan to advance c4, but after immediately c4 there would be b4 and bishop c5. So a5 was very interesting to consider with idea c4 next move. Also very interesting because this knight are very far from the queen side, queen also far, and black start to action on the queen side. But Smyslov decided to take this square, rook d7 by Auerbach, and bishop d7 he took. Maybe after queen d7, knight f6 could be the unpleasant check here. And bishop h6, the mating is coming. Hello, super source, welcome. And queen d1 or bc doesn't work because of mate. And white could have advantage here because black should they exchange the queens, but then this will fall. So queen d7, as we see, could be the one maybe even decisive mistake. So he takes bishop, of course, controlling f6 square. And now knight h6 by Auerbach here. And when Smyslov played b4, he calculated this line, and he thought that this check is not dangerous because he would go king f8, and only in last moment he realized that there is a bishop c5 move attacking queen, and after queen c5, queen f7 is a mate. Was a terrible blunder he made. And king h8 obviously not possible because of this. So he was forced to take on h6, and after bishop h6, bc, and queen c3, knight d4, he offered draw, and it was agreed. And the point that this central strong knight compensates the weakness of these pawns now. So that's why objectively position is equal. Probably white would continue something like king h2, then bring bishop here, black would put bishop here, queen here, and just wait. So it's very hard for somebody to do something real here. Okay, now we finally move to the fifth game of book, where we'll see the game of Bronstein. So he was black. Let's see from the black side. Not like that, like F. He played with black against Taimanov. Mark Taimanov was a very strong player, winner of Soviet Union Championship, and also very good piano player. And often in some tournaments when they've been together with Vasily Smyslov. Vasily Smyslov was also a very nice opera singer. So usually Taimanov was playing on piano and Smyslov was singing. He was very strong, very good piano player. Taimanov versus Bronstein. One second. Uno momento, por favor. Like this. I'm sure it's better. So, Bronstein says that it's very hard to keep objective view when you analyze your own games. He says that your own variations, you always it's like they seem like more interesting than opponents, and it's you explain it much more with much more pleasure than opponents' ideas. Uh, and opponents' ideas and variations, it's not clear at all. So he had some humor sense, Bronstein. For your own mistakes, you always find, always search and usually find explanations. And opponents' mistakes, usually it's of course they are very simple and uh, and it's like you have feelings that it's not necessary to explain them. Yeah, he had nice humor sense. That's why he says that before I started commenting this game, he wanted to say that this game of the first round, he never had uh, black never had decisive advantage uh, until the till the end, and psychological explanation of loss of white um, lens because they did not notice the critical moment of the game and did not start to play seriously for the draw. Let's go for the game. So d4 was played by Taimanov. Hello and thank you for following. Knight f6 by Bronstein. c4, c5. Yeah, we remember yesterday or when it was this stream 2 days ago when we see these Benoni ideas or Volga Penko ideas. So in this game it will happen. Knight c3, d6 by Bronstein, e4, and normal continuation is bishop g7, but he played very brave, b5. We see Bronstein was from the first round very aggressive mood. So what white will want after they sacrifice this pawn? He asking. First, they disturb the avant-garde of the central pawns, like this and this in future. Then after CB, it will be A6 move. They open um, uh, two files, A and B, and also take control over this diagonal. Also, we must not forget about bishop on G7, which connected with combined with these rooks will be extremely strong over this diagonal. But he says that anyway, this pawn sacrifice is quite doubtful, not the best. And he says that he started tournament with this sacrifice because he did not want it to start it with very passive play, with defending and play for draw. So CB, bishop G7, knight F3, castle, bishop E2. Black is waiting this move. Then they want to play A6, and after bishop A6, and if white will exchange it, they lose the tempo as we see. So there's nuances. Maybe it was better after castle instead of bishop e2 to play something useful more like h3 maybe I'm thinking because in future after knight goes here in case knight goes there is a traditional transfer of knight into this square or h3 or a4 was maybe interesting here in my opinion. Okay, but bishop e2, Bronstein not comment this moment but it's I think very important. So ba6, bishop a6 and castle played by the man. He says that the same position Bronstein had against Lundin with white, and in that game he exchanged bishops, and this knight take on a6 and was transferred to the b5 here, and then on d4. But he says that in that game, this maneuver of the knight he considered like very slow. So that's why in this game he play with another plan. So he will take with rook on a6 and this knight will go to the b6. That was his idea. And maybe to go to a4, exchange this knight and create weaknesses on e4 and a2 and also this pawn. So he played queen c7 here, rook e1 by Tamanov, knight bd7. So nobody, black of course don't take on e4, they just wait. And finally Taimanov took on a4 here. Maybe because maybe he also did not want to allow something like this idea. So he decided to take finally and play queen e2 with tempo here. So Taimanov had in mind to prepare e5 uh, line. So he's supporting this pawn with two heavy pieces. But tactically, Brochet says tactically this idea is not works. Uh, so that's why instead of rook e1 and queen e2 ideas, he says more perspective was for white to play something like this and this. But let's go back to this position. Okay, so rook f e8 by Bronstein looks uh, very logical continuation with double rooks over a file. So black is completely prepared for the action. And Taimano played h3 here. So Taimano was not satisfied with e5, what he planned before. A duel of d, knight e5, um, and knight d5 here. That's why he played also rook e8 to avoid this kind of tempos here. And in case of knight g6 here, because knight d7, then will be knight c3 intermediate move. knight g6 with idea knight c3, knight e7 check here. And not rook e6 here, but knight c3. And after knight e7, probably this line is bad for white. Rook e6, attacking the queen and knight. That's why he played in this position, h3. Knight b6 played by Bronstein. So he's controlling this square. So e5 doesn't work, we simply take twice. Bishop g5 by Taimanov. And knight e8 played Bronstein, opening this diagonal for the bishop. Bishop d2 played by Taimanov, supporting this knight. Again, he says that e5 doesn't work here because black takes de, and after knight e5 there is f6 with a fork here, and white has problems. But he says that it was better not to retreat with white, was better to play a3, he thinks, and offer black to recapture the pawn with bishop c3, bc, and rook a3. But rook a c1 in this position, uh, and black is very active on the queen side, but around his king there is some weaknesses like black squares. So that would be Bronstein considers like optimal decision of for white. But he plays bishop d2, and now knight ba4. Very unpleasant move here by Bronstein. He attacking knight b2 and also knight c3 idea to take care. We see that black is much more better prepared here. What is DSB? Bishop or something you want to say maybe. Thank you for following. So knight e4 is forced because we cannot prepare. Dark square bishop, okay. I'm a little bit slow today to understand. So yeah, it's tough decision, responsible, but black would compensate with activity on the queen side. Rook a4, attack the post pawns. Bishop c3 played by Tamanov. So these moves by Tamanov, it shows that he was upset of his play because when he played rook e1, queen e2, he was sure that probably he would have e5, otherwise no reason. And he lost so much time. Then he played bishop g5, then bishop d2. Something went really wrong. Now Bronstein take on c3. He says that he did not wanted to take rook a2, rook a2, rook a2, duel of e5 here. And black doesn't have any objects to attack on the queen side. And white creates a dangerous threat in the center. That's why he took on c3 here, bc, and queen a5 he played. Attack this and this pawn. By the way, in this system of Benko, almost always endgames are good for black. Because in endgame, sometimes when uh, one pawn will be eliminated, the black has some in future some ideas like f5, like f6, king f7, then f5 break this central pawn, and then this pawn will become weak. So white has to avoid endgames. Queen d3 played by Taimanov, defending this important pawn because this a2 pawn anyway will not survive here. And now, yes, Mikhail Smysl, exactly. Queen a6 played by Bronstein here. Yeah, that's why he's going to end game. He's want to end game because these pawns became weak, easy to attack, and this pawn is very hard to attack here. The pawns e4, d5, very nice targets to be attacked. Thank you for follow, by the way. In case this pawn will in endgame leads to e5, this will become very weak. For example, the variations like queen a6, rook a6, rook e2, protecting this pawn, knight f6 here, and we attack now this weak pawn, and the white has to defend like that, and then we take this one, and all his pawns will be weak. Or, for example, in this position e5, then knight c7 attacking here. And Bronstein says that Taimanov did the right decision to avoid the endgame. So he plays queen d2 here. Yeah, this Benko Gambit, Ekan, hello. I think you're a new guy in our chat. I don't see you before. So rook a4 take by Bronstein. Material is equal, but obviously black is who playing for victory here. And e5 by Taimanov. And he says that white is overestimating the chances here. Probably he should go something like queen e3 here. So he played first, he declined, avoided the exchange of queens, and now he, for some reason, he not avoid. So unlogical play by Tamanov. Probably he was not in best shape in first round. Sounds like queen a4, queen e3 was better. He plays e5 and queen d2 by Bronstein, knight d2, and d e5 he played here. Rook e5 and king f8 easily protect this pawn. Now knight will place in this beautiful square, and the rook starts to create very unpleasant ideas here. Now this pawn is weak, and for white, is a they have idea to exchange these two pawns for one this, and then it will be theoretical drawish position 4 versus 3 in rook and game. Not possible to win. But it's not easy to achieve this, that you exchange these two pawns for this one, and at the same time exchange these knights. So he played knight d3 here. Bronstein says that Taimanov was by natural a very optimistic player, and now instead of to try to defend this position, he's trying to win this pawn and try to play for victory. King f1 was most natural move to bring it closer to the weak pawns, but he plays knight c4, knight b3, c4 by Bronstein. This pawn can be supported by knight from d6. So knight c5, he's creating direct idea, but rook a1 by Bronstein here. Knight king h2 and knight f6. So first of all controlling this square, and also attacking here, and also not rook not avoid not allow rook e4 move. Very strong move. Now this rook is aiming to play rook c1 or rook a3, attacking this weak pawn. So knight c4 played Taimanov. He's dreaming to exchange this very strong knight. Obviously, uh, black avoids. Rook e1 would be a decisive mistake because of knight f6, rook e5, and fork, and white is winning. So knight d7, attacking this rook, has only move on g5. This is not the best square for the rook, for sure. And rook a2 by Bronstein here. So he takes control on this square. Also, he wants to play f5 now, attacking knight, and then take here. Now, Taimano played rook g4 because king g3 uh, would be f5, and knight doesn't have any square. In case of king g1, there was unpleasant rook e2 move here. attacking the knight. In case of knight g3 here, there will be rook e1 check, king h2, and f5. And this rook is out of game with the threat knight e5 protecting this pawn, and then h6. We see that with such rook, white cannot survive here. So he plays rook g4, using that after f5, he has rook f4, I mean pin of the king. So that was in the game actually, only move. But knight b6 by Bronstein, attacking this pawn, using that knight cannot protect it from this or this square. So knight g5 played by Taimanov. Probably d6. For some reason he did not like. Let me understand why. Bronstein don't comment this move, which looks very logical. But for some reason, maybe it's bad. I guess probably because of knight d5, rook f3, and maybe king e8 move here. And one knight goes, I will take here, and then bring this rook c2 or d2 and d3, or just take here. So that's why he played in this position. Knight g5, trying to attack this and this. Uh, and he took on d5 here, in this position. Mikhail Smyslov, what do you mean? Where we can play? To knight d5, d, we take king e7, and this attack and this attack. And black is winning immediately, I guess. Yeah. So that's why he played knight g5 here, knight d5, and he played rook d4. Bronstein says that after rook c4, um, they was losing this pawn. And in case of knight h7 check, there was king g7, knight g5, rook g2 check, and king g2, knight e3. And this knight endgame is winning for white, for black, because they take here and then push these connected pawns forward. And obviously, Taimano avoids it with rook d4, attacking the knight here. But after this, knight b6 protect this very important pawn. And now he played d8 here, because after knight h7, maybe he did not want to allow this idea. So he checks king g7 and plays f4, trying to block this pawn on e5 square and create some chances with rook e8 or checks. h6 played by Bronstein, kick out this knight, knight e6 and king f7. No any more check on g5. So knight d4 played by Taimanov, and knight a4, attacking this weak pawn here. Rook dc8 played by Taimanov, and they exchange these pawns. If imagine this position without knights, it should be draw, but with knights, it's winning. But now black in time to create a fork here. Knight d5 strong move, attacking f4 pawn, and after knight f3, what played Taimano, rook g2 is winning here. And in case of king g2, there is a hopeless endgame, and Taimano played here, but after rook f2, he simply resigned. Yeah, this is how such an important touchdown for Bronstein in this tournament of first round with black. It's always very hard to win with black in high level chess. So it was very psychological big hit for Taimanov. So next game played between Max Eive and Kotov. Max Eive was born in 1901. Yes, I think 1901. Maybe mixing something. So in this tournament in 1953, he was how much? He was 52 years old, right? But still, his practical strength was very high. So Avery was with white. Let's see by 1 second. Let's see from white side. Let me change text. AV versus Alexander Kotov. Kotov was extremely strong player, and he has very nice books, by the way. I recommend to find it out and read. So let's see what happened. This is number 6 game out of the Bronstein book. So d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5, e6, uh, knight c3. Uh, in 1953, uh, Bronstein called it like King's Indian defense, but we all know this is a modern Benoni system, classical modern Benoni, d6, knight f3, and g6. In 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we had stream, yes, about these modern Benoni ideas. Yeah, Weber boss, we're doing perfect. How are you doing? Hope like in weather in Georgia, perfect weather today, sunny day. But instead of walk outside, we are doing chess. And by the way, today I'm waiting you for the title Tuesday. I'm gonna stream whole day, no rest, maybe some little bit rest for food, but I will do it whole day and then I will play title Tuesday and stream it, of course. Don't expect some good play because I will invest a lot of energy for this streaming before, but we can make fun. So g6 and main line is like e4 or bishop f4 or knight d2, but g3 there is also such a system with fianchetto, very solid system by white, bishop g7, bishop g2, castle, castle, and a6 played by Kotov. So in such positions, white is trying to push in the center. Sometimes they transfer knight here and try to smash black's position in the center. And black is trying to create chances over e file, also d square, and on the queen side. I played a few times like these positions, like this and this knight here. But a6 is also possible. So a4 logical move, not allow b5 here. Tom, hello man, thank you very much. Never say in advance, who knows? We can plan something, but the plans can be changed. So I will be glad if you will be, but don't say in advance. Knight d7. It's still many hours till the title Tuesday. So knight d2 here. Preparing knight c4 idea and also bishop a4. It's a typical maneuver in these positions. They want to play knight c4 and then a5, right? a5 and avoiding this b5 idea, creating weakness here. So always black has to be very careful when they play a6 and a4 included, that this square has to be controlled all the time. Thank you for following. Rook e8, logical move. So the idea also not only to push pressure on this e file and this pawn also, but to have possibility after knight c4 not only of knight b6 but also knight e5 and after knight e5 to take it with rook. That's why a5 played by Ave. He wants to play knight c4 now, and in case of knight e5, there will be knight b6 very unpleasant move. So Koto play immediately b5, that's why, forcing ab, knight b6. This is also quite typical exchange, and now black has weakness on the over a file, but instead they open b file and try to create count chances here. Actually, such a positions can be, we can arrive in Bengo gambit, by the way, when after b5, cb, and a6, white don't take on a6 but play b6. Some kind of these lines can be possible. So it's like mix of Benko and Benoni now. Knight b3 played Ave, not so typical idea. He wants to go to c6, supporting with bishop and pawn. Very unpleasant maneuver, but queen c7 played Kotov, knight b5, and bishop d7. He take control over this square. I'm not sure if knight c6 possible here. Uh, maybe it was possible, but for some reason he did not go because okay, for example, knight d5 it doesn't work, right? I take knight d5, queen c6, it will be check. In case of knight d5, I will protect. So directly we cannot refute. So what was wrong with this idea? Why he did not go knight c6? What was logical after this all? Maybe a knight c4, knight e5 idea, or interesting. Knight 6, in my opinion, was interesting. I'm not sure, but he played h3 here, slow move. Mikhail Smyslov after knight 6. In case of rook c8, we have this. In case of this rook, there is a fork. So rook c8 not possible. This hangs or fork. So rook c8 you can forget. Maybe something like knight c4 idea with knight e5. I don't know. Because bishop 6 d5 probably is not so good for white because we take and have this bishop e4 intermediate move, I guess. For example, this rook e2, there is a bishop f4 and this pawn became strong. Maybe rook d8 here actually. Again bishop f4 move. Okay, I don't know, very complex to say. Very hard to say it was possible or not, but at least it was considerable. He played h3. First, um, he's not forcing anyway, he's waiting. And bishop b5 by Kotov. He activated this bishop and attacking e2. In case of knight b5, this pawn not weakness, it became dangerous pawn, and then c4, knight d7, knight c5 idea is coming, and black is pushing pressure on the queen side. Of course, knight b5, I think AV did not consider even. He played bishop e3 here, to try to close this file. That's why he played h3 to avoid knight g4. Now it's understandable, it's his idea. Knight d7 played by Kotov. And he says that black is activating the pieces. We see that bishop is activated here, this bishop activated, knights can jump, this another knight comes. So white has to be very careful here. Two ideas black has now, knight here or c4, knight c5. So queen b3 played by Ave, he attacking this pawn. White is play versus this plan. They're not afraid to lose this pawn here. Because they compensate with the attack on black squares. For example, after bishop c3, he would take queen c3, bishop e2, then rook e1, attacking the bishop. And in case of bishop b5, there would be bishop h6 move. So mate in 1 is coming. In knight e5, there is f4, winning the piece. Only move would be f6, but after rook e6, it's, white has a strong pressure, strong initiative here. Um, Black had a good move after queen b3 here. Rook a b8. Hide the move here. Thank you guys for following. And it's emphasizing that white queen is not in the safe place here. For example, if knight takes here, ab, and now queen b5 doesn't work because of knight d5. And we attack queen, also attack here. And in case of knight c6, there will be rook b7. Again, this is not possible because of here. And next move will be knight c4 here, attacking here. So rook b8 was very good move here. But instead, black after queen b3, what they played here? They played knight f6 back for some reason. They choose another plan. He prepares the sacrifice of e3. They exchange here. So rook fc1. Either provocating. He thinks during the game that this is not enough compensation of the white's initiative for exchange. So let's see what conflicts of these ideas where it will lead. So bishop d7 by Kotov. He avoids these knight b5 ideas after he will exchange. So queen d1 played by Ave. Um, and now he prepared to play b4, very unpleasant break here. For example, if we play something like h6 or h5, let's say, b4 would be very unpleasant, and we cannot take because of knight jumps somewhere, knight d4, knight b5, and this bishop looks here, knight goes here, and very dangerous. That's why he put rook here. So both sides plays logically, and rook e3. Finally, Koto prepared everything for this exchange sacrifice here. Fe and bishop e6. Not only attacking but also pinning this pawn. He wants to bring another rook and attack this pawn. Obviously, this pawn is very, very weak, so Eva will sacrifice it. After queen d3, protecting, rook a8, and he not play knight d1 and giving initiative for black here or here. He simply plays king h2. So not allow check, or after rook e3 he will take here probably and protecting this square also. And so that was in the game. Rook e3, queen a6. What an interesting position here. And he says that this position was discussed with many strong players, analyzed, and nobody could say what was final answer here. For example, somebody was writing that knight h5 was good move, and black creates a lot of threats here on king's side. For example, after bishop f3, defending and attacking knight, knight g3 was move, strong move here, and after king g3, there was bishop c8, strong move, attacking the queen and open this rank for the queen. So this queen can connect with black's pieces and attack the king. For example, queen b5, queen e7. It's really big attack here. Rook h1, try to protect here, and then another sacrifice, bishop f4. Look at this attack. King cannot take because they will be mate in one after queen e5. So he has to go king g2 because after this will be check on h4, and after king g2 there would be queen g5 check, king f1, and queen g3. White is defending on light squares, and uh, black is attacking on the black because this bishop emphasizes. And knight d1, for example, then rook f3. So many things black sacrificed. ef, queen f3, attacking here, knight f2, and then bishop g3. What you analyze? And now queen e2 is loses immediately after bishop a6, attacking queen, distract queen to a6, and then give mate. So in this position, only move would be rook h2, but bishop h3, check, king e1, because this leads to mate in 2 after bishop h2, queen g2. This obviously mate in 1, so king e1 is only move. And bishop g4, strong move here. And black is completely smashing white's position because they want to take now on h2, or also check here. Uh, White cannot take because of mate here. White cannot play rook h3 because of mate here. It's kind of zugzwang here. Also knight d5 is the idea to connect this piece also in the game. Very beautiful variation. But after knight h5, instead of bishop f3 and allow this sacrifice, knight e4 was good move here. And sorry, not knight e4, knight c4, yeah, and attacking knight and rook. So knight c4, queen c4. So now queen somehow participates in the defense. Also, white has in some moments this unpleasant check. Knight g3 would be logical continuation, and knight d1 attacking the rook. Can you imagine how many things both sides should calculate, especially black, because they took responsibility, too much big responsibility on them after they sacrificed the exchange. So Kotov's brain probably was completely boiled. And after queen d8, knight e3, this is analyzed by the way. Bishop e3, rook c3 was moved, attacking here. Queen g5, then rook e3, queen e3, and rook s3, and winning this knight and game. This is not force variation, just like example. But Bronstein says that knight h5 was giving promising the good practical chances here. And Kotov played rook e5 instead, and now white will transform this position to the technical stage. So rook f1, strong move, attacking this knight. Bishop c8 by Kotov. Queen b5. The Kotov's mistake was that he once he uh, sacrificed exchange, played few active moves, then he will suddenly change his mind and start to play like for defense and give whole initiative for the white. He should continue knight h5 definitely. Maybe he missed this knight g3 sacrifice ideas. So he played bishop d7. Obviously, after queen e6, he's ready to make draw. But knight a c6. Finally, this knight came to the planet square. King g7 by Kotov. Now, not possible to take knight d5 because white will take twice on d5, and in case of rook d5, there is a fork. Knight d5, and it's attacked, and white is winning. That's why Koto played king g7 to have this idea, and same time avoid some checks. But rook a6 strong move, attacking knight and protecting the six knight. So knight d5 again is bad. Knight c8 was played, and queen b8 strong move by Ave, attacking the queen, so forcing. And we see that unfortunately for black, there is a clear exchange down because not even pawn is compensation. Without queens, there is no attack, and white slowly will win this game. Bishop f5, because rook f6 was, by the way, the threat, and knight d7. So rook c6. Now rook f5 is the threat, rook f5, and take on c8. Knight cannot go because of this. So he played rook e8 to protect the knight, but e4 strong move. And unfortunately for black, they cannot take twice here. White also take twice, and after third take capture on e4, white takes here and will stand with rook, extra rook on the board. So bishop d7 was forced by Kotov, and e5 strong move. Not even knight d7 here, because knight would transfer to e5 and create some defensive resources. But e5 very strong move. Using that d not possible because of rook cf6. Knight cannot go anywhere because of knight d7. So bishop 6 it will be check and then knight c6. So only move is rook e5 here. And knight d7. Knight d7, rook c8. And these few games more was played unnecessary, and Ave convert this game easily. Okay, next game also interesting. This was very interesting, sharp game. Number 7 game is played between Stallberg versus Boleslavsky. I guess Stallberg is rated like this, and Boleslavsky, because this book is in Russian, I don't know how exactly write it in English. Boleslavsky, probably something like that. All right. So Stallberg started with d4, and we go to the King's Indian line with fianchetto from white. g3, directly played by Starbreak. Thank you for following. Now d5 leads to the very complex Grunfeld system with fianchetto, but Borislavsky goes for the King's Indian castle, knight c3, d6, knight f3. He played knight d7 and also planned to play knight c6 with idea e5. In case of d5, put knight here, then c5. Also very complex line. But he plays knight d7, one of the classical. Castle, e5, e4, and rook f e8 he played. Uh, Bronstein says that this was the favorite line of continuation of Borislavsky. He even played this in 1940 against Botvinnik. So h3 continuation, control this square and wants to develop bishop here. This is the main line. H3 is the main move even after c6 instead of rook e8. So ed by Borislavsky, knight d4, knight c5, attacking here, rook e1, a5, traditional move to avoid b4, and queen c2 played by Starberg. Bronstein said in that time that 15 years ago, King's Indian, uh, only few players, Soviet players, was using it in tournaments who wanted to avoid passive defense. He says that in this Zurich tournament, every third game was played in King's Indian. So he says that this was very well-known position, and last move of Queen c2 uh, with idea to develop like this, and they protect in advance this pawn. Um, Now black can win this pawn with tactical continuation of the knight f e4 and attacking here. But after knight e4, bishop d4, um, white will have very unpleasant move bishop g5 here, attacking queen. And the point that if f6 doesn't work, during of bishop f6, white is winning here. If you take with fork and then this hangs, so queen d7, black is forced. But after knight f6, bishop f6, bishop f6, we see that these black squares are so weak. White has some direct attacks and ideas like this. So obviously Borislavsky did not go for it. Uh, he played he played a4 here, bishop e3, and c6. So the point that white always in these positions creates strong center, but black tries to play with a try to create some chances with pieces. So normally this knight will transfer here or here, queen goes here, and maybe even here. So it's very tactical ideas. Sometimes even black plays like queen, like bishop d7, then queen c8, attack this pawn, and in case of king h2, there is a tricky idea: rook a5, rook h5. You can use it by the way in blitz games because if opponent doesn't know this, he can easily collapse the rook a d1 played. Everything logical by white. They completely ready for the actions developed. So this is the ideal position for white in these systems. Knight d7 played by Borislavsky. So Bronstein says that the point of King's Indian that very complex and hard play it runs on the whole board, on the center, on the queen side, on the king side. In this current game, Starbrick uses a plan when he controls central squares and also assault on the king side. Probably he will play like this. Let's see. So secret of the black's position, they give space for white, but what they have? The main is that as bishop c8 and g7 are very good pieces. This knight is very well supported, very unpleasant knight. And also white always has to take care of this weak pawn. They must control. Also, this pawn only looks like weak, but it's actually not so weak, and it only waits in some moment to play d5. So white has to be control this position very carefully. Yeah, this is also very important pawn. Always ready support something like queen b4, then a3 in future, and also not allows easily to play b3 ab because this b3 pawn will become weak here. So this was like a new move, knight d7 for that time, because before they played queen a5 and allowed this bishop a4 with unpleasant attack here. So knight d7 to have knight e5, so it was implemented by Boleslavsky. So f4 played logically Starberg, control this square and start to assault. Queen a5 by Boleslavsky. Bishop ef2 for any case not to allow this kind of ideas if will be open somehow. Also controlling this square and also waiting for the next idea of black. So knight b6 played Boleslavsky attacking this weak pawn, and Starby played bishop f1 here. Maybe also interested to play knight b1, knight h3 and block this pawn and also control this part. White wants to keep this knight in the center to control this square and also protect this. So he plays bishop f1. Obviously, he did not want to create this weakness here, I guess, on b3 pawn. So that's why he plays bishop f1. Bishop d7 by Boleslavsky. And he played a3 here. Starby decides once and forever secure the queen side to from a3 move. Now this square became weak, but same time whole construction b2, a3, knight c3 are much stronger. Its knight is very strong here because a3 would not be possible. So a3 was interesting move. He says that the rest of the continuation till this 30th move, it's like deep maneuvering, nuanced play from both sides. White will prepare e5 assault, and black is trying to prepare d5 or f5. And white and black looks very carefully to each other, like the actions of each other. So rook a d8 was played by Boleslavsky, protecting this pawn. Once bishop goes, this pawn will be protected. King h2 by Starberg, bishop c8, also opening this square for the knight. Um, Knight a2 by Starberg, so just maneuvering. Knight bd7, and bishop goes back. That's why he played knight a2 to have a possibility to go back to his bishop. Knight f6. Now knight goes back to c3. Rook d7 by Boleslavsky. He wants probably double rooks over e file and attack this pawn. Knight f3 played uh, by Stahlberg, preparing e5 idea. Also look to this, and rook d e7 played by Boleslavsky. Guys, maybe my chat is stuck. Can somebody write something or maybe I'll reload it? Thank you for following, by the way. One second, guys. I will reload the chat. I guess it's stuck. Usually happens. Thank you, guys. Thomas, thank you for following. Wait a few seconds until it will load. Thank you, guys. I'm bored. Let me see the chat 1 second. Okay, loaded. Probably write something. I don't see. Guys, write something, please. Okay, now I guess I see. Danesh, hello, man. What's up? Thank you for following. Now I see. RP hello, man. Did I miss some raid or what happened? I just see now the recent messages, two, three messages. I got the raid. Okay, thank you very much from Mr. Esserman. Okay, nice from me. Thank you very much. Is he in the chat? Two raids even, yeah. I missed both of them. Really, really sorry, but thank you, thank you. From whom was another raid, guys? Okay, French streamer. Okay, merci beaucoup. Okay, so let's continue this game. And I will translate what Bronstein is writing here. He says his next two moves, it's not so usual from white and black sides. Uh, black is black um, collected all his pieces to attack this e4 square. Thank you for following. No, no parle français. A little bit. Yeah, I need some French lessons probably. And so black is ready to attack this pawn, and white tries to distract the attention by attack this pawn. And the point that white has to retreat with knight to very passive position on g1 to protect this pawn. So Brodstein says that this pawn from first sight looks very easy, so it's very so simple to just retreat the knight somewhere and then attack, yeah. But the point that always you have to be careful when this knight retreats, you losing control over b5, c6, e6, and a5 squares. The weakness of d6 pawn is not so clear to you. Papa Tactics just subscribed. Thank you very much, Papa. Papa. Nice from you. I guess you are new in chat, probably. I don't remember this account name. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your support. For new people, we are analyzing games from the famous book, classical book of D.Bronstein. It calls, in the title of the stream, you can see the name of it. And this is number 7 game of the book from the first round of round robin tournament between 15 players. Svetozar Gligoric, Yugoslavian famous grandmaster, was resting in the first round. So knight g1 played by Starberg, defending this, and this is attacked. Yeah, position is super complex, exactly. In Blitz, probably more easy to play with black because you always have these tactical resources here. And with white, you have to be very careful. He says that after five moves later, this knight will come back to the f3 to support e5 move. He says that it was possible to play e5 immediately, but after bishop f5, white should decide to sacrifice the queen here. Probably with ef, and after bishop c2, rook e7 he means. Let's see this. Bishop c2 and rook e7. Attacking the rook, and also rook d2 is the idea, then attacking here. So if rook e7, f then rook d6 after queen a8. So probably he had to go something like queen a8 maybe here, or rook d8 directly. But we can take like this, 3 pieces for the queen. Yeah, this was possible. So after game, after text move knight g1, Borislavsky plays knight d7. We decided to play knight b6, and he's offering this pawn. Also, this is attacked. But Starberg avoids to take on d6, which leads to a very complex position. So he plays bishop d4 to exchange this very strong bishop on g7 and reduce the power of black's position. Knight d6 was b6 was played, attack, bishop g7, king g7. Very interesting uh, maneuvers from both sides. Papa Tactics, by the way, I don't know that book of Najdorf about Zurich 53. I will definitely will find it out. Thank you for following, guys. Yeah, it's very hard position, very hard. When you play King's Indian, you have to be ready for such a plans here, because Fianchetto from white side, it's also very dangerous against King's Indian. Sometimes I'm taking chess coaching, yeah. Not recently, but I'm taking it. So this was the position, and finally Starberg takes d6. Borislavsky answers with knight c4, rook d1. So if white will manage to play knight f3, e5, and take these black squares under control, they will be better. But let's see what's going on here. And now Borislavsky played bishop e6. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for compliments. Nice from you. Welcome. So in this position, Borislavsky played bishop e6 to support the knight. And also maybe he wanted to retreat with knight and penetrate on b3 square, which is weak after a3 move. Thank you for following, guys. RPGs, it looks like white got outplayed steadily and lost control. Maybe. Let's see now. First of all, in this position, black has to be careful because in some moments, white has ideas like to push this pawn, right? And penetrate somewhere here. So black squares are very weak after this bishop from g7 gone from the board. So in this position, Borislavsky wants to play bishop e6, also with the idea to put pawn here and go bishop f7 and try to defend the king side. and white will try very hard to try to open king's position, and we will see how this clash of plans will what will arrive. So bishop e6, queen f2 by Starberg, attacking this knight. Same time on f5 f6. Yeah, queen f2 he played, and f6 by Boleslavsky. So this was the idea to block this square and put the bishop here at the same time defend the knight. So knight f3 goes back by Starberg to want to play here. Also have the g4 g5 ideas in mind. Very complex position. Bishop f7 by Boleslavsky, finally attacking again this knight, this pawn, and e5. The sacrifice in the spirit of Starberg, Bronstein says this position. He was very creative tactical player, and he liked to attack. So he sacrificed e pawn and open up this file. Boleslavsky accepts this challenge. Knight e5, knight e5, rook e5, rook e5, take, and Boleslavsky take on e5 here. And this was the Starberg idea, rook d1, df1, attacking the bishop, same time preparing queen f6, so no time for queen d8 or knight d7. So rook f5 was played by Boleslavsky. Bronstein says that Boleslavsky had big time troubles here, but he declines to make draw after queen c7 here and defend from the boss queen f7 and queen f6. And probably it will lead for draw after queen d4, king g8, knight f4 exchanges, and will be draw by Bronstein. But he was very tilted here to play for victory in time troubles, and he made bad move rook f5 here and check on d4, and this queen takes control over a very important diagonal or a1, and also this queen is out of game now. So king g8 was played, and after king g8 he take on f5, gf, and queen e5. This is very unpleasant move, pinning the queen, also aiming here. And in this position Boleslavsky played good move. Bronstein thinks that he simply blundered this queen e5 move here. Yeah, weak pawns here. And he played queen b6 strong move here. The threat was in this position not only queen e5 but also g4 in this position. And after pawn takes, there is knight e4, and there is a pin and same time attack on the king side. The game could sadly over if Boleslavsky would play bishop g6, because not only g4 is here, but also bishop f1, very unpleasant move with either bishop c4, using that b5 not possible because of queen c5. And in case of queen b6, there would be bishop c4 check. Bishop f7 loses two of queen e8 check and takes the bishop. There is a pin. King f8 will be only move. And queen f6 strong check, king e8, and knight d5. Yeah, dark squares are weak, and you see that with knight d5 there is a pin. Also, same time we protect this pawn, and black would be in serious troubles in this position. So that's why he played queen b6, because inside not was impossible to calculate that all variations. And now queen f5 and material balance. It's equal material balance here. And also knight attacking this pawn, and queen creates very unpleasant threats on king side. So he played bishop g6, queen e5 back, and knight d3 by Borislavsky. This was the control move, number 40. Reminds that white also has weak squares like this. And queen e6, strong move by Starbreck here. And in this position, Borislavsky made bad move. He played king g7, bad move. So in this, you know that in that time, games was adjourned, and after queen e6 check, Borislavsky uh, adjourned game with king g7. He wrote it down and put it in envelope. So Starbreck didn't know what move was righted, so he should analyze this move and this move. So king g7. So when Borislavsky was adjourning the game, he first of all was calculating knight d5 move, right? Uh, but he saw that after queen b2, they was writing the move and put in envelope and give to arbiter. So because they was going home as an analyze and they continue next game or in the day where it was adjourned games continued. And they write it down because arbiter would know from which move was righted and continue this current position, right? For young players, it's maybe looks bizarre or wild. And and he saw that after knight d5 could be 2, white has on maximum the draw here. But strong move in the game, queen e7, completely changes the matters here. Because black has to cover the check with bishop, and this knight has a chance to penetrate to d6 over e4 square. That's why bishop f7 in this position was only move. And now white could make perpetual with checks, or win a4 pawn. But it was compensated by penetration to f2. For example, king f8, knight f4, then queen f2. And we see that black has counter chances here. Most probably it will be lead to the draw. But let's see. Uh, he says that even now game will lead to draw, but but with but after interesting adventures. So queen e7 check, bishop g f7 is only move here. Obviously king g8 is loses to duel of knight d5 here, attacking the queen. If we take, there will be check, and there is mate. In case of cd, there will be bishop d5 and mate on f8 again. That's why only move is bishop f7, knight e4, queen b2, knight d6, attacking the bishop. Queen f6 loses e1 because of fork, and there is a pin. So he played queen f2 here. And now Starbreak made mistake here. He played knight d e8 check. Probably he didn't analyze these variations carefully. Most probably he should take pawn on b7. Yeah, but knight e8, now king g8, knight f6, what's happened? King g7, he played check, and Borislavsky played king g6 because king g8 is loses duel of queen d8, as we see. King g6 he played, and g3 played by Starbreck, and after knight c5 it was agreed by draw here. Starbreck offered draw, and it was agreed. Uh, the point that if we play h4 with a tricky idea, so we want to make mate, right? And instead of in case of h6, there's a beautiful idea: queen c5, and bishop before mate. But black could defend with knight e6, simple move, control this square. Yeah, queen c is beautiful. It's not h4 was not winning even in this position. Now black would answer h6 in this position, and after queen e4 check, there would be king h5, king h3 with either queen g4 mate or g4, but it doesn't work because of knight f4 strong check here. And gf is mate on h4, so queen f4, queen f4 gf, and black is winning in this endgame. But the point was that on 45th move, instead of knight e8, uh, mistake in this position, yes, he made knight e8 and that position right. Here was h4 very strong. Moria reals. No. Queen b7. Um, the point that after knight e1 maybe. So let's see the variation. Knight e1 and take probably it would be still winning or not. Let's see. So king f7, not bishop c6 because of knight c2 is a draw. Yeah, we take care. But bishop e4 maybe. Still, it should be draw probably because we have time, I guess, to play king e6, king e5 or c4, c5, c4, knight e3. I'm not sure. Need some analysis, but much stronger in this position was instead of knight queen b7 to play h4, preparing this square for queen. And what is difference here? And different is that now there is a threat knight e8, knight f6, knight h5, same like in game, and then mate on g5. And in case of h6, uh, king would go on h3 and freeze his bishop with decisive attack here because black doesn't have any move. For example, knight e1. Now white win with this idea. Knight h5 and after king g6, as I have this check and give mate here. Yeah, this was a very tricky moment. Dirk, hello. Yeah, this is very famous uh, book. So h4 was very tricky move, but Starbeck could not, for some reason, did not analyze it well. So we slowly go to the second round of this tournament, and Grigorich will show up in this round, and Boleslavsky is have rest. Here will be again 3 result games and uh, 4 draws. So first game it will be played between Kotov with white against Starberg, and Kotov again lost. So he lost first round against Ave, and now with white he loses to Starberg. So let's see that interesting game. Let's put it with black side, and let me put the names. Yeah, very great games, and especially great annotations uh, by Bronstein. It was his first book, Kotov and Starberg. Guys, tell me if I'm writing wrong on English, because I don't know how to write the names, by the way, on English well. Starberg, I think it was like that. So, Kotov, Kotov started with d4, obviously after lost first round against Ave, very pity lost. He probably was going for Stahlberg, like that. Okay, Stahlberg. Okay, let me change it. Let's make it correct. So what I'm missing here? Stachelberg. Stachelberg. Okay, here it should be. No, not here. Thank you for follow, guys. Like this. All right. Thank you, guys. So d4, knight f6 by Starberg, c4, e6, knight f3. So this is a queen's classical queen's gambit. Knight c3, bishop e7. So main moves are like bishop g5 here or bishop f4. cd played by Kotov, ed. This is orthodoxal exchange variation, and usually white is connecting the plans with assault of these pawns here. When pawn will be here, this is a plan. Uh, they taking this B and C files with rooks and try to put pressure on the queen side. This is a main plan. This is direct plan from white, but it's not super dangerous for black as practical shows. Because black will have E file under control and create some threats on the king side through this file. But in this game, after losing the first round, Kotov is uh, far away from the thoughts about draw, and he exchanged it on d5 with completely another plan. He had in mind to go to the long castle and attack on the king side, like old style um, players was doing. So in the next 5-7 moves, he hiding his plan very carefully. So he plays bishop f4, c6 logical move, supporting d5. Also not allowing that before, not any moments. So queen c2 he played. G6 played by Starberg. He's creating bishop f5. This is a common idea in these lines. E3 by Kotov. Bishop f5, very important diagonal. Bishop d3, bishop d3, queen d3. So blacks are ready to make even create some weakness here, but eliminate this important bishop. So knight d7 by Steinberg, h3. So you see that he's not going directly to long castle. He is like hiding his idea. Maybe Steinberg thinks he wants to go short castle. Knight f8 played by Steinberg here. And Bronstein says that hello, Gabi Forescu. Probably we have Romanian guy in our chat. Hello. So he says that Starbeck was a big expert of this line. He was playing with often with black and with especially this G6 line. He created this idea with G6, knight f8 before his own castle. So Bronstein says that not Kotov, not himself, Bronstein, not even Botvinnik before, could not find any minuses of this plan of black, of Swedish player. So he played g4. So Kotov was hiding his plan too long, and finally he opened his cards here. So knight e6 and bishop g3. Bronstein says that maybe better was to put bishop on more active square on e5, then long castle and assault this pawns. So bishop g3 he played. Queen f5 by Starberg. The point that Starberg also did not castle, so this king still here. Without castle, this assault doesn't seem to be so strong. So knight d2 played by Kotov. And castle. Bravely castling on the short side. Thank you for following. Reproof 01. Welcome. So he made castle and he's preparing some actions now. He wants to go bishop b4 exchange and then assault on the queen side probably. And he's in the center to weakness this square. So long castle played by Kotov here. I would play something like maybe king f1, king g2 here. King can be here and still we can attack. Then maybe in future we can play f3 and h4. In blitz I played some kind of these ideas here. But he played long castle. I don't like this move because this king is not safe here. So white is not scary about black's idea. Black's not scary about white's idea on this side. So bishop b4 he played here. King b1 because idea was to take and take here. It's going on b1, bishop c3, and all suddenly this leads to the end game like this. So it was like it was feeling like both sides are ready for the big actions, some tacticals, and all suddenly we go to the end game. So white has um, white has strong center. Also, they have this another file open, but black also has plus. They control this e4 square, very important. So he played knight e4 instantly. Hello, hello, knight e4 and d. We see that this pawn now blocks white squares. Uh, yeah, and black are absolutely fine here. King c2 played by Kotov, and rook a d8 to have rook d7 after rook b1. a4 by Kotov. Bronstein says that it's a little bit little advantage for white in this endgame, and black has to be very accurate. Instead of a4 was better to play rook b1 instantly attacking the pawn. And in case of rook d7, rook b2 here. Yeah, and have and keep a4 move. But once black will play b6 and then try to attack here. So let's see what is difference. He played a4 here and f5 Starberg played. He sees that this f2 pawn is weak, so he's trying to start attack on the f file. gf by Kotov. Rook goes to f5. Also controlling this rank. c4, taking control over these squares. Rook d7, prophylaxis. King c3. Knight g7 by Steinbeck. He wants probably attack and exchange this bishop, and then these pawns are became weak. In case of fg, this will be weak. Otherwise, if rook will take, this will be weak. Rook d2 he protects, and after king, probably he wanted to go here. Steinbeck plays king f7, bishop b8 attacking, b6 by Steinbeck. Using that a5 not possible because of rook here. Rook a2 by Kotov. He wants a5. And Starbeck not allowed with rook a5 himself. Very interesting. He fixing this pawn and also protects here. And now white has to be careful here. So Kotov had to be careful, but he's continued to play for victory here because he's want to take revenge for first round. Knight f5, and we will see how he gonna lose this game. Rook h g1. He wants to play rook g4, rook e4, but h5 by Starbeck, control this square. Also, this knight can penetrate now here and support his two pawns for advance. Bishop f4 played by Kotov, and Bronstein says that better was to play bishop g3, not allow this knight h4. But now this knight is very unpleasant on f3. So knight h4 by Starbeck. Slowly Kotov outplayed himself here. g5, he's insisting with this a5 plan, but rook g5, bishop g5, knight f3, attacking the bishop, and h4 he played here. Probably he was in desperation. For example, in case of bishop f4, there would be g5 and next move knight g1 attacking here. So white is in serious troubles. So he played h4, but knight g5, ag. They give this strong knight, but instead they have this very strong supported pawn. So this king can go here, rook will be behind the pawn, and it will be pushed forward. So probably game is winning already. So king e6 he played, a5. After so many moves, he finally played it, but it's too late. h4 by Starberg. Rook a1. So Bronstein says that white's game is over. They cannot do anything against this passer. But only little chance, practical is a chance they could have after AB, and rook a1, h3, rook h1, rook h7, and rook h2 in this position. So only plan now for black is to go after this pawn, right? And after king f5, king b4, king g5, they have this c5 idea. Break here. In case of b6, there is a king c5, then king 6, and this pawn is strong. But in case of b5, there is a d5, cd, king b5, king h4, and c6. So we see that this was the best practical chance. But unfortunately for Kotov, he played immediately rook a1. What is different, we will see now. After rook a1, b8, this difference. Black will have this passer pawns here, which distracts the king. And Kotov quickly loses this game. He plays king d2 in this position, h3, king c2. You don't know what to do, just simply h4, h2, f3 he played, and after, no, one second, what I'm doing, he played king e2, of course, h2, uh, and f3. This was his idea to somehow blow up the center, but it's completely lost after rook h7 move, supporting here, only move h1, and after take a4, and he resigned because we will play a2, then distract the rook, and then go h1, even exchange everything, and then this another pawn will go to the queen. Yeah, this how. So we see that Kotov probably was completely disappointed of beginning of the tournament, and that's why he played like that this game. So we see now another game. Let's see it from Black side again. Thank you for following, guys. Yeah, Gideon Stalbeck played very well. Uh, you are welcome, Uncle Uncle J, as I understood your name. Next game will be played between Geller versus Ave. Thank you for following, guys. Geller White. This game is very interesting, like all games actually. So it was. Bronstein says that this is one of the best game of tournament. King Marcher, hello man. Thank you. Uh, um, this was one of the most beautiful game of the tournament, he says. First, white begins a strong attack for the king. They sacrifice pawn on c4. And Geller had all chances for success in case if black traditionally would attack on the queen side. But Ave um, made two very good plan. First, um, he used communications queen side uh, to attack the king side of opponent. Second, he distract pieces of opponent uh, to his deep side, and he isolated the pieces from defense his king. It's very interesting to see how white pieces was going deeper and deeper in the attack, um, and black would go to the king side with slowly from opposite sides of queen side. So let's see. Okay, d4, knight f6. This was like Bronstein's comments before start the game. So c4, e6, knight c3, bishop f4, e3, c5, a3. So we saw in the first game was bishop d3 here, but this is also playable. And he played b6. His idea this, the knight goes here. Bishop d3, bishop b7, attacked. Now he not allows also e4 move, so f3 is a little bit slow move. So white is loses extra temp on f3 now. It was very important to play knight e2 b4. After that, knight c6 was played, knight e2, castle, castle, knight a5, creating direct threat, and e4 played by Keller here. Knight e8 by Ave. The logical continuation not allow the a pin, also e5 not use tempo, and he wants to play knight d6, right? Also to have possibility after f4 to play f5. This idea was actually implemented, I think, by Capablanca first time. So knight g3 was played to avoid f5 move. d6 square could be used for knight, that's why, Mr. Sabon. So knight g3 he played, cd by Ave, cd, and rook a c8. So he opened c file to attack this weak pawn. So Geller's play it looks like kind of all in here. So he sacrificed on queen pawn to finish game with direct attack. So let's see what happens here. Knight c4 was played by Ave, f5. So now this threat is f6 here. After knight f6 will be bishop g5 and very strong attacks. That's why Ave stopped with blocking with f6 move, and rook f4 by Geller. So his attack seems to be very dangerous. With idea rook h4, queen h5, and then maybe sacrifice on h6 in case of. You are welcome, man. 2 a.m. in your country. 2 a.m. in your country, it means that you're somewhere in Asia, probably. Maybe something like even China. I'm not sure, but maybe. You are some Asian, right? I'm not sure. Okay, rook f4. So in this critical moment, it looks like rook h4 and queen h5. It's like impossible to defend against it. But what do you think? What Ava found here? Can you try to find? I give you 2 minutes. Don't give moves immediately. Think a little bit. Two very strong players was playing here. He started very good plan here. King Marcher G5 looks a little bit unlogical because you're starting action on Z side where you are not stronger. I don't think that G5 could be good. Bitcoin Unlimited, thank you very much for following. Welcome, man. So G5, I am not sure because he would be FG, then Rook H4 or Queen G4, then Bishop H6 could be very strong attack. Some moments even E5, Bishop G6 we have to look. So after G5, he would take maybe Rook G4, attacking G6 and then E5. I'm not sure. Yes, Vasan, you're right. B5, very strong move here, guys. To open this diagonal for queen, it can be placed on B6, attacking center, or Queen A5, Queen C3. So B4 was a very strong move here by Abe. So obviously, when he was going for this capture of c4, it's the whole plan what he made with cd, rook c at f6. That's sure he has feeling. He did not see it from that side, that moment, but he had feelings that something has to be here for sure, and he found it. b5. Beginning of very nice plan, says Bronstein. So instead of defense like rook f7 or queen e7 or something like that, the best defense is counterattack here. So they supporting the knight and try to attack the central square, very important. So rook h4 and queen b6, yeah. The strategy of one tempo. If it would be white's move, they would crash here. Queen h5, h6, then bishop e6, give mate. But counterattack, queen b6. By the way, Viktor Korchnoi was very strong in this counterattack. He in many games he was even taking poison pawns or something like some material and then defended with counterattack. So now this queen is pinning this queen with the defense of this d4 pawn because this knight reduces the power of this bishop. He cannot defend. For example, there could be possible for white to play queen h5 here and after queen b6 to defend it with knight on e2. But there was knight e5, very strong move, and it was not time to play this because black would take and there is no mate to escape and we have piece. Yes, that's why rook h4 was played, queen b6, and he played e5 here, protecting d4 square with rook. But knight e5 take a and f e6 attacking the bishop. Sorry, with bishop on h7. And what happens here? Knight d3 he took. Very strong bishop eliminated. Queen d3 attacking here. So, but Bronstein says that all moves by white and black required precise calculation. For example, ED was not possible because of queen c6 attacking here and here. So queen d3, queen e6 played, queen h7. Looks dangerous, but it's in real nothing. And king black's position looks like critical, but in real they're defending very well. And bishop h6 played uh, by who was white here? Completely forget who was white. Geller, yeah. So guys, what happened here? What do you think? Think now a little bit. Efim Geller was playing, yes. When black was going for this, they should predict this defense. Otherwise, it would be Bitcoin, welcome to our chat. Rook c2, as we see, no possible queen is looking here. Yeah, who's seen this move, this position? Don't say anything. Wasan, keep in your brain, in your mind, don't say anything. What A we calculated here? Who knows? Don't say anything, guys. Okay, Rook h8, double exclamation mark. This what why it was beautiful game. First, 16 move b5. It was beginning of strategical plan of counterattack, and Rook h8 is central tactical blow here, and it was idea to put queen on this side and no more defense c2. Look at this, Rook h8, Queen h8, and Rook c2. This was the idea of Ave. Here is attacked. Look at this beautiful idea. Threat is to give mate after Rook g2, King f1, then Queen c4, and they will be mate in few moves. And Bronstein said he was analyzing this very precisely about 2 weeks. Can you imagine this position? 2 weeks he was analyzing, and he says that White could defend them from direct mate with force, but only moves and hard moves. Only move was here d5 in this position. What happened in the game, by the way? In the game, White loses very quickly because they played Rook c1 here. So d5 was very strong. Okay, let's finish the game first. What happened in the game was that probably Geller was shocked by Ave's strong play, and he played Rook c1 here. And after check, obviously King h1 loses with Rook g3 distract discovery check, and they will be mate. So King f1, and after King f1, Queen b3 by Ave, and after King with either Queen f3 and Queen f2 and mate, King e1, Queen f3, and Geller resigned here. What a play! What a play! 52 years old Ave completely crushed Geller with such a beautiful game. So this is how quickly Geller lost. But after Rook c2, d5 was very strong move here. And let's see what Bronstein gives after this. Uh, in case of Queen b6, he says, there was King h1. Of course, not f1 because mate in 1. So King h1. And in case of Queen f2, attacking g2. Then Rook g1 here. And after Bishop d5, with either Bishop g2 and mate, there is only move Rook e4, strong move here. And White is holds the position. Knight e4 not possible because of Queen h4. In case of Bishop d5, immediately in this position, Bishop d5, not Rook d4, but Rook d1, very strong move here. And after Rook g2 check, King f1, there is no checks, gh, and not possible to play Rook h6 or Rook d5, but it was possible to play only move Queen h6 here. Finally, connect Queen with the defense. And still, Black had good material balance here with open position of the king, would give him a lot of chances to win this game because knight always can cover these checks. Rook can go somewhere, and then we see that Black has chances here. The funny thing that some analytics they said that Beautiful move, but it was not best here. Imagine this beautiful move was not best. What was uh, proved by analytics, they would say that rook c4 was stronger here. And who knows, yeah? Queen c6 is the idea probably, and this will hangs after d5. In case of d5, will be check and here. Okay, but this is after analyze. But for chess lovers, chess fans, rook h8 is so beautiful move here. Yeah, this was very strong game by Ave. We see how they played. Next game was played. It was made draw between Smyslov against Sabo. Let's change the text. It was very beautiful game, I think. Maybe Rook C4 is computer move, yeah, but in that time they had not computers, they have not computers, so they analyzed this with mistakes, of course. Smyslov Sabo. So what happened here? C4 played by Smyslov, knight f6, g3, c6, knight f3, d5. It's a ready opening, b3 and g6. Bronstein says that on this diagonal, black bishop has more perspective. So bishop b2, bishop g7, bishop g2, queen b6 by Sabo. He creates direct threat. Yeah. Smyslov played queen c1, protecting. Yeah, Sabo. Yeah, probably. Of course, I write it incorrectly. Yeah, it should be Z. Yeah, yeah. That's my grammatical mistakes. Let me bring it like this. Obviously. So queen c1, castle, castle, and knight d7 played by Sabo. So now this bishop is very passive here, we see, yeah? Maybe it was better to play bishop g4, I'm thinking now. This idea to play knight d7 and maybe even exchange it. So knight d7, cd by Smyslov, cd. Once this knight leaves b8 square, it cannot go c6. That's why he probably opened c file and starts immediate actions. Bishop d4, attacking here. Nick Sabo created Bitcoin. Okay, I trust you with username Bitcoin Unlimited. Probably you're right. Bishop d4, Queen d6 with idea e5 and Queen b2. This was idea of Smyslov. Ah, no, sorry, not Queen b2 or Queen a3. We all know that Smyslov was very strong in end games, so he would never avoid to have possibility to get a better end game. So, and this is a deep positional idea. He sees a plan and contours like in many moves before it arises. That's why it was very strong players, Smyslov, Botvinnik, because they abstract um, mind setup was going ahead of calculations. They could just say something, a few words about positions, and other players would need a lot analyze, give a lot of variations, but in the end they would be it would be correct um, plans. Uh, we see that black cannot avoid the exchange, right? Such a move like queen e6 is so ugly, don't we don't even look at it. After exchange of queens, Smyslov will force also exchange these bishops because this bishop takes such a important square. Then he will capture c file and also forced to exchange one knight, pair of knights, and he will lead to a end game where this bishop will be much stronger than this bishop. And also white king will have much more good prospects to go to the center on and on the black weak squares. Uh, it was possible to realize hold this plan. Of course, Smyslov could not predict, but practically it was very strong. So when you force your opponent to play long time for to equalize or for draw, it practically can make a mistake. So this was a good strategy. Queen b2, in my opinion, also was very interesting move here. Sooner or later, knight has to go somewhere e8 and exchange these bishops, I guess. But then white has strong initiative. They will take knight c3, d4, and this knight is so bad. But okay, let's see what happens in the game. So knight e4 was played by Sabo. He did not want to take on a3 because then white will develop much faster. The knight b5, idea rook c1. So he understands that he cannot avoid the exchange, so he will do it in better reduction. Bitcoin, just for fun. Don't find any logical explanation behind my username. Bishop g7, king g7. Smyslov takes on d6 because black wants to play queen f6. Time to take. Of course, it is a huge positional mistake because these two pawns will be very weak. Knight d6, only move. Rook c1. This is how he captures the c file. e6 played by Sabo. He supports d5 square, but pawn, but this bishop becomes very, very passive. Knight c3 played by Smyslov. All moves are logical. b6, what, where else to put this and connect rooks? So b6 with either bishop e7, rook c8. After that, he played d4, logical move, fixing the weakness, and all suddenly we have some kind of Catalan in game. In Catalan, often we have such a structure. Bishop a6, also Catalan idea to disturb this pawn, and knight e5 he played. He attacks this knight, also wants to go here, almost forcing to take on e5, d, knight b5. That's why Sabo played bishop a6 instead of bishop b7. Otherwise, he would force to go on f5 and would be very passive position. So he wants to exchange more pieces. So this position, what about Bronstein commented when he played queen e3 move? So next plan for white is to exchange the rooks, then bring king on d4, uh, uh, capture this diagonal, and always have idea to g4, f5, this assault on the king side. Let's see what's going on here. Rook c2 he played, defends the pawn, same time as preparing for double of rooks. Rook c8 played by rook c7 doesn't work because this is a hangsman, Mr. Sabon. So yeah, it was connected with James Bond, of course. Also my surname and name, yeah, same initials. And blunder because I'm blundering very much. So rook c8, rook c1, rook c2, rook c2. So they capture c file and same time defended. So ideal position. Bishop a6 played by Sabo. He wants to exchange because sooner or later this rook will be activated. So he need to be hurry. F4 by Smyslov. He wants to bring this king. Rook c8, rook c8, bishop c8. King f2 he played. bishop a6, king e3, h6. Bronstein says that this and next move are serious inaccuracies by black here. So the best plan was by Bronstein, don't move any pawns, just bring this king here and keep this bishop on this diagonal. It most probably would be draw in this position. But we see that practically it's not was not so easy if you don't know this kind of type of position. So bishop f3 by Smyslov protecting the pawn and wants to go here. f5. We see that the pseudo active play could create some problems. Of course, he takes king f6, king d4 now, and g5 played by uh, Sabo. Otherwise, h4 was a very unpleasant move here. h4, and after g5 there was a double exchange on g5, and then king e5 penetrates and attacking here. On g5 he played, that was the reason. fg played by Smyslov, fg, and e4, strong move, attacking pawn here. The idea to isolate this pawn and then create a passer here, distract king to the side and attack king this pawn and then go to the queen side. All well-known ideas in the game. So d you have to take otherwise without pawn, king e4, and the pawn and games of course will be lost. For example, this kind of position is lost because we same idea, create passer and then go to the center while this king will be eliminated h pawn. So pawn and game is lost. Let's see what happened here. Bishop b5 played by Sabo, h4, gh, gh, a5. Thank you for following. And he played king d4 here. So black's idea, they want to exchange one pawn on the queen side, and for another pawn, give this bishop, and then this is the black square. You see that if we give both these pawns for one, for example, and this bishop for this, then this king goes here on h8 and will be dead draw. In this position, king d4 probably was first big inaccuracy by Smyslov. He should not allow to exchange of one of the pawn or allow this a4, a3. So a3 was a very strong move here. This was a very strong move because after a4, b4. And then to try to realize this plan after h5, h6, and take this pawn and go to the queen side. It's very strange that such a master of endgames like Smyslov played that move. So he played this and he underestimated this idea. So if he changed, it would be draw. So b4, and maybe he miscalculated something. So a3 only move, otherwise a3 is winning. This is also on white square, and he miscalculated something here, as I understood. Maybe he thought that he has king c3 move and maybe missed bishop a4 idea. I'm not sure. But he played bishop e4 and bishop e8. Very strong move by Sabo. He wants to put bishop here and then give check and attack here. Something Smyslov missed something very easy here. So he played bishop b1, bishop f7, king c3 with the idea to take, but e5. And now bishop controls this square, pawn controls this, and bishop is passive. Obviously it's a drawish now. b5 played Smyslov with the idea to capture here, but it's too late. Bishop d5 by Sabo, and the point was after king b4, there is a e4 move. King e3, e3 with idea e2, only move bishop d3 here. And unfortunately, it's a draw after bishop d3, king b4, there's a e2, take, and after e4, they agree to draw because of a5 is next move. King eliminates this pawn, bishop will sacrifice here, and will be dead draw. Yes, this is how pity Smyslov missed the victory. Give me, guys, about 5 minutes. I need to talk with my brother. We'll come back. Okay, guys, next game. Next game. 1 second. Next game between Keres, Auerbach, also very good players. Okay, in this tournament, all been very good players. But we see that Kotov had a terrible start of tournament with two lost, especially against Starberg. Uh, he played extremely bad. Uh, yeah, thank you, man. Nice from you to ask. D4, knight f6. It was Nimzovich. C4, Keres Auerbach. I think I wrote it correct, right? Auerbach and Keres. Okay, Keres is hard to make mistake. Auerbach probably two. Knight c3. Second game already. No, third game we see of Nimzovich system. First game was of Reshevsky. Second game was Keller against Ave. And now we see third game. So it was. We see that it was very popular, and still it's one of the main popular continuation. E3, castle, the main line nowadays too. Bishop d3, d5. Me myself, I often play cd, ed, and knight g2 here, and then castle, bishop d2. And I remember Alexei Alexandrov was one of his favorite line was by white. He played a lot of games. We can check his game, by the way. Good player. Knight f3 this time. c5, same like in Reshevsky game. Castle, knight c6 is a most classical line in Nimzovich. Played a lot of games. A3, bishop c3, and bc. b6 played here. In previous game of Reshevsky, he played here dc, bishop c4, then queen c7. We remember, yes. b6 played by Auerbach in this position. And after b6, knight e5 played by Keres. Interesting continuation. Here he played bishop b7. It was not big sense to open up position, says Bronstein. After knight d5, de, and after dc here, bishop c4, because ef, queen d3 is not made here, because queen g6 we can cover. And this light square bishop much stronger than c1 bishop. That's why bishop c4, and after d1, rook d1. So Botvinnik, not Botvinnik, Bronstein thinks that it was not big sense to open up position like that. Up to you to agree or not. For example, after knight d5, probably white will not take, because black obviously will have strong compensation after bishop c, rook d8, but I guess something like bishop d2 they will play, and then e4, push away this knight, then put bishop here, take control over d file, put f3, kill bishop. So probably that's why Auerbach did not take. He played logical move bishop b7 here, and f4 by Keres. Not often you see such position in this system, but Bronstein that in this current position setup of knight e5 and f4, it's not it's unlucky in this position. Because it gives a lot of perspectives for this bishop. So we see how Auerbach will use it. Oh, Quadraspas, hello. Hello, man. How are you? Always nice to see you. I don't know why, but when you enter the chat, it's some good positive vibes. I feel instantly. I cannot explain it because I never see you, but something like that I feel. You must be very positive guy probably in life. That's why maybe I feel it even by chat. So knight f5 was played. I'm glad you are happy to see the. Nice, nice humor sense. Black humor eyes of yourself. Yeah, it's good way. By the way, Daniel Dubov have such as a humor too. He always, say about himself bad stuff. I just got back from the dentist and okay. After the dentist, I usually when I go there, yes, I feel like I was- I started new life. Yeah, not the best visit, not the best time investment to be at dentist, of course. Maybe you, by the way, somebody of you, or maybe all of you, saw this famous movie, old movie about this maniac dentist when he was killing patients, take all their tooth. Oof, terrible. Okay, so Arba played knight a5 because whites also have weaknesses here, like c4 pawn, for example, and also weak squares like e4, c4, t3, f3, g2. Lot of weaknesses here. For example, now threat is to take dc, and in case of knight c4, there is a queen d5 attacking here and attacking here. So Keres denies this threat, but we lost one of his bishop. So queen d5, queen e2 he played, protects, with either c4 now. So Auerbach forces cd and ed by Keres. He probably wanted to win this game by direct attack, like f5, open diagonals and files, but unfortunately for him, there is a knight b3, very important move here. Attacking rook and attacking this bishop. And after rook b1, knight c1, rook bc1, and rook a c8. So positionally, black is doing perfect, yeah? They don't have any weaknesses, very active pieces, everything developed, and white has a lot of weaknesses, this diagonal, and these pawns. So I would prefer black's position here. So white has to be careful now. They play queen b2, with the idea probably c4 and control this pawn. Auerbach played queen d6 in advance. So queen b2 was a useful move, also protecting here. And f5 finally carries to this plan. ef, and he takes with bishop attacking the rook. Rook c7 good move, protecting this, and maybe here or here will go. C4 by Keres. He's still pushing for initiative. Maybe he wants to play d5 and cover this bishop. Rook d8 by Auerbach. So ideal position for black, right? The attacking here. So Bronstein says that in this kind of position, these pawns are power and same time weakness. Depends how we play. They are strong because black has to always count that they can go forward, and weak because white always distracted to protect them, which, by the way, is not much pieces on the board to defend them. Black square bishop would be very useful here to put it on e3, for example, or instead of this queen, if it would be on b2. Imagine position with bishop on b2 and black's bishop on e7, and then queen somewhere, or I don't know, on e2 or e3, then it would go h3, and this disturb black's king with d5, then we would open the bishop and would be really a strong initiative. So in my opinion, these pawns are more weakness than power. Rook f4 he played, and here Bronstein thinks that carries a completely blunder next move Auerbach. It was played g5, very unusual move. Attacking the rook doesn't have good squares, and this is loses here. But Bronstein thinks that this weakness it to weakening so much king side. Also this knight and try to win this pawn was not the best decision probably for black. But Auerbach very precisely calculate all variations, and he was convinced that white cannot regain the material loose. And also he thought that after he will exchange queens, the weakness on the king side is not doesn't have such a big role. Uh, and this anti-positional move actually is very strong. So rook f2, forced queen d4 with very unpleasant pin. So carries is forced to exchange, and rook f1 he played here. And Auerbach is a master of endgames. He wrote so much books about that. So of course he was going for it. Rook d6 he played now. And Bronstein says it is very funny position here. Yeah, white bishop has a lot of squares to go and then attack knight, but not any square to take something. So he plays h4 here. The position is probably with big advantage of black already. So gh, rook f4. Try to activate the rooks now. Rook h4 and attack here. By the way, I don't see any messages in chat. Probably it's again stuck. I will simply refresh it. Guys, give me a second to refresh it. Better give me a few seconds. I don't know why it's doing like that. By the way, in 1 hour and 25 minutes, we have Title Tuesday coming. So after rook f4, what was played? Rook c5 played by Auerbach, attacking knight and distracting white attention from the h4 pawn. So knight g4 was played by Keres, because hard to advise anything else. For example, after knight d3, probably rook a5 would happened and attack here. So he plays knight g4, wants to eliminate this knight and attack these pawns. But Auerbach takes g4 and king f8 here. Okay, finally started the chat. Let's see if messages will arrive. So king f8, and he take bishop h7. So for now, white has one pawn deficit, but the difference that uh, all pawns are weak. Also, this bishop much stronger than this, and rooks are so active. So this decides the game. And he played bishop a6. Okay, chill has hello. Yeah, now I see finally the messages. Your message was first. Keres was born in 1916, Estonia. Celebrates the personal great even today and is joined in this each second. Yeah, bishop a6, attacking this weak pawn. Rook f4. Keres is protecting. Rook h6, defense and attacking bishop. In case of bishop g6 now, there would be bishop c4 protecting, and after rook c4, simply rook c4 and rook g6 with winning endgame. Even rook g6 here was also possible directly. So he played bishop d3, try to take back this pawn, but after bishop d3, h3 played by Auerbach. And now he has pawn up and winning position completely. So this is attacked, cannot go because this will fall. Rook d4, try to protect, and bishop c8, very unpleasant move. He wants to transfer bishop here and protect this weakness and attack this. Very nice transfer. Rook d8 by Keres, king e7, both rooks are attacked. So rook g d4 on the move. Bishop plays on e6. Take control here. And white are hopeless. They must wait, but it's impossible to hold this position. Rook g5 check, king f2, rook a5 by Auerbach attacking here. And after rook db8, he simply take and also attacks the bishop. And after bishop e2, it was followed by check, king e1, rook e1 check. And after king d2, there will be rook a2 check and we take. And in game was this move, but after rook e2, he simply resigned. King d2, there will be check and we take this rook here. Yeah, that's we see that black's winning few games already. It was like Kotel lost with white, Geller lost with white, and we see that black are doing fine. Bronstein won against Taimanov in first round. Now I will show you a very famous game and very famous idea of Petrosyan. Look at these guys. So let's see by black and Reshevsky versus Petrosyan. Yeah, this was very interesting game, but now will be also very interesting. Who knows this idea? Please don't say anything. Who knows this game? Please don't say. I want to ask something to people here in chat. So Reshevsky versus Petrosyan. No, not King in Zurich. Petrosyan, famous game. Yeah, don't say anything. Let's go. Again Nimzovich, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop a4. We see that 100% of games so far it's e3 move played. In Geller game was Geller Avery, it was b6 and a3, bishop c3, bc. Uh, Now castle, like the previous game, bishop d3, same opening. So this opening was very popular in this tournament, as we see. Knight c6. Yeah, get the popcorn. a3, same continuation. And Auerbach played b6, and Petrosyan follows, same b6, same. So same round was two games with the same position. So we see that we remember Keres played 95 and f4, but he did not play. Reshevsky did not play like that. He played more natural CD, ED, and Bishop B2 he played. So in this position, White's main idea to activate these bishops or develop them in the good squares. There's two ways to play a4, bishop a3, like was in game of Reshevsky when he was black. Now he's white. Or another way is to take on c5 in some moments and play c4 and activate bishops like that. So it's this move looks unlogical because they put it on the these pawns are completely uh, reduce this power, and same time they offer invite black to play c4. And what's the point? The point that after a4 here there is a cd unpleasant move. Ed creates weakness on c3, and in case of cd there is a knight b4 unpleasant move here, attacking this important bishop. That was the difference here. By according to Bronstein, I mean. So in case of DC, BC, and C4 directly, black has rook B8 strong move, controlling this square and B file, and white doesn't have this move here. That's why white plays bishop B2 with idea DC and C4. or directly or after exchange. That's why black's next move are c4. It's not only almost like forced to play necessity, but same time it's useful. Well, black after c4 will try to convert the advantage on the queen side. So let's see what's going on here. Oleos, hello, good day to you. So c4 he played, uh, bishop c2 by Reshevsky, and bishop g4. Idea is not to exchange here, but probably to transfer this bishop here and reduce this bishop's power. And black has to be careful to control this square, because white's idea to continue f3, e4 in some moments like knight d2, f3 and activate the bishops and center. So queen e1 played by Reshevsky. He wants to play knight d2, f3, e4. And knight e4 played by Petrosyan. Here, black could completely change the position type with bishop f3, gf, and knight h5, but they declined to do it. But in some way, these pair of bishops are passive, and e4 idea is not strong. For example, if you play e4 directly here, then knight e4 is an unpleasant move. Threat is to give mate into king h1, and then queen h4. And in case of bishop c1, knight d3, bishop d3, cd. We see that white squares became very weak. And after queen e3, try to eliminate this pawn. Rook f e8, attacking here, and and black is absolutely fine here. So, but instead of e4, of course, they white has to strategically play strategically and uh, um, improve their position. So they have to play f4, then f3, then queen f2, then rook a1, then bishop c1, king h1, and some moment to play e4. That's the plan. Probably that's why Peterson declined to play like that. But Peterson continues his logical way to play. He plays knight e4 here. So idea is that knight d2 is almost forced, and then to exchange these knights, which is very important, and bishop h5 to transfer it here. E4 directly played Reshevsky here. And maybe f3 was interesting. No, no, he played f3, yeah, sorry. f3 he played, of course, because e4 he probably did not want to allow d, then rook c8, and then bishop g6. So after d, you have to you have to have fe here. So bishop g6 by Petrosyan, e4. Both sides doing logical moves, and queen d7. You see that Petrosyan eliminated very important knight and playing for the light squares now. The rook a e1 was played, supporting the center, and now he took on e4, fe, and rook e8 here. For example, now he played queen a4. On a4 without the bishop h3, there would be unpleasant knight e5 move here. And in case of bishop h3, there is a knight d3 move attacking here. And after this knight, queen a4. Black is better because center is weak here, and also we have this passer, and bishop is stronger. So obviously Reshevsky don't go for it. He played queen a4, defending from this spin, and b5 played by Petrosyan. He's defending against a4, bishop a3 idea. Bishop d1 by Reshevsky. So he transfers bishop somewhere on g4, and then he wants to try to assault on king side or in the center here. Rook e7 played by Petrosyan. Bishop g4, queen e8. This is Petrosyan play. He frees his square uh, for the queen and attacking the e4 now. e5 pushed. It's like necessity. Unfortunately, now knight cannot go here because of rook this position. a5 played Petrosyan. Rook e3 played by Reshevsky. Rook d8 played Petrosyan. So both sides playing maximum what they can do. We block the d5. Rook e1. And what do you think, guys? What uh, what kind of ideas here? This very famous idea of Petrosyan. Yeah, this is famous one. Yeah, it will be always low until I will not buy microphone. I need to order that microphone. So until that, it will be like that because when I increase the sound, it started echo. So better be low. So we see that e6 is coming here. Very unpleasant idea. Also h4, h5. Uh, Disco Barry. Yeah, you found the interesting idea to suck the exchange. But the same idea Petrosyan did with this rook e6. This is the famous move of Petrosyan here. He sacrifices the uh, rook for strong bishop, and this bishop is passive. The knight will transfer here. Such a beautiful move. Positional sacrifice. It we see in this game that creative play of Reshevsky and iron logic of Petrosyan make this game one of the most beautiful game in Switzerland tournament. So it was necessary to, otherwise White would really start a really strong attack here. So a4 played by Reshevsky. So he is provocating to play b4 and then d5 move he wanted to play. And in case of rook d5, then bishop e6, fe, queen c4, or immediately queen c4. This was his idea to destroy black's pawns. But knight e7 by Petrosyan, he wants to give fork here. Bishop e6, fe, and queen f5 by Reshevsky. He's controlling this square. He's preparing to give exchange back. It was unpleasant after queen f2, knight d5, very unpleasant move. And after rook f3, there was b4. And this pawn is not under attack. And we see that such a huge advantage of black here. There is no any checks, nothing. And this is weak. This pawn is strong. After rook f1, there is h6 idea with king g7 prophylaxis, and we take here. So that would be very dangerous for white. So that's why after f3 he played queen f1 to have this queen c4 idea here. Anyway, Petrosyan played knight d5, rook f3 he played, and bishop d3 by Petrosyan here. What else to play? Otherwise, ab, bishop h3, and exchange is exchange. So he plays bishop d3, and this was the idea of Reshevsky to give back this exchange with d3. And b4 he played. Black doesn't have a choice here. This is useless, senseless, better say, because these pawns will become very strong here. And after b4, white has a hard psychological task here to exchange on b4 or not. But exchange of before, most logical result would be draw after that, or push the pawn forward with a risk to lose the game, with I mean with the chances to for win, but also to lose the game. Uh, Reshevsky traditionally did not have much time to calculate. It was number 13, 32nd move, and he had very little time till control, till 40 moves. And he chose the simplest way. Uh, and he takes CB. In case of C4, could be possible knight B6 attacking here and here. Rook C1, knight A4, bishop A1. Yeah, practical point of view, it looks very dangerous for white. Or D5 here, then ED, C5, knight A4, bishop D4 with idea E6, rook C8, queen F3, queen E6, and white pawns are blockaded, and these pawns would become strong. So practically speaking and objectively, probably Reshevsky did right take on b4. Bullet. Why I didn't play Chicago Open? Because I didn't play uh, classical because it was starting like I don't know around 3:30 morning for me. And yesterday I wanted to play. This night I wanted to play Blitz. Chicago Open Blitz 11 rounds, but it was started 3 a.m. I just overslept. I just woke up at 4 morning instead of 3. So what to do? It was not counted for foreigners. You know, it was counted only for American players. Otherwise, they would found out adequate time like before another organizer was doing. I mean, what is this? To start a tournament is like 1 a.m. for Central European time and 3 a.m. for me for Georgian time. This was ridiculous. Uh, okay. So what happened here? After CB, he took AB, Petrosian. It was possible to take with knight also, attacking the queen. Also, this is under attack. But after that, queen B3 was happened, protecting her. Still, white is extra pawn, which we don't feel here because this bishop is much weaker than this knight. And knight D5 here, or queen B5. Then we take queen B5, AB, knight D3 with fork, and rook E2 would lead to rook B8 move. Um, Rook D2, for example, rook D5, and rook D3, rook B2, D5 is simply draw. But Petrosian took his pawn, A5, and plays rook A8, rook E1, queen C6, watching for this pawn very carefully, bishop C1, played by Reshevsky. So he was tempting Petrosian to the variation which was not clear after rook a5. Petrosian played simply queen c7. So after rook a5, there was rook a5, queen c1 check, queen f1, queen e3 check. Now queen f2 leads to draw on c1, but king h1 was strong move. And for example, after h6, there would be check on h8, king h7, queen b1 check, g6, rook a7 check, and king h8. But it was not necessary to risk like this for Petrosian. Of course, he would not consider this option, so he played Christian attacking the pawn. And a6 is forced. Queen b6, very important square here for queen. Attacking d4, also controlling this pawn. Bishop d2 played by Reshevsky, aiming this pawn. And b3 by Petrosian. So he distracting pieces now from a pawn and will win it. Queen c4. He played h6 for any case to have this square. H3 same for Reshevsky. B2. rook b1 and king h8 he played here. And after move bishop e1, they agreed for draw on 41st move. A little advantage on black side, but probably it's not possible to convert it for pawn. This is what Bronstein says. After the game was adjourned before, but after home analysis, they agreed draw. It was concluded that it was is drawish position. 1 second, guys. Let me let me see if I can register already already entitled Tuesday. Live chess. This is very famous game. Yeah, it starts in 59 minutes. Okay, let's join the action. Let's join the actions. Okay, so I joined. We have 59, so 1 hour we have. Okay, I will show you one more game, and then maybe probably I will go to rest a little bit, and then we'll go. Yeah, it's so pity that he did not win. Thank you, Jigsaw. Welcome. Okay, next game we will see. It's a play between Bronstein with white against Najdorf. Let's set up. Bronstein against Najdorf. So let's go. D4 played by Bronstein, knight f6, c4. This is a king's India now, g6, knight c3, bishop g7. We saw the game between Stahlberg and Borislavsky. It was with Fianchetto, and this time Bronstein played e4, the main system, classical system. So knight f3 is the most classical line, but bishop g5. Bishop e2, bishop g5 is the Auerbach system. So bishop g5 directly plays Bronstein. c5 played by Miguel Najdorf. After dc, he obviously wants to play queen a5 and attack here. So d5 he closed. And knight a6 by Najdorf. So black is used that bishop are on g5 or not on e3, and they try to create some chances in the center immediately. And so after d5, white not allowed black knight go to here, and now knight of wants to transpose it to c7 and then try to play b5. And unfortunately for him, it takes too much time. And also knight on c7 will have a passive position. So this kind of play not recommended. So bishop d3, knight c7, knight g2, connecting pieces. a6 he plays with either b5. Obviously a4 by Bronstein, controlling this b5. After a4, rook b8 by Najdorf. He playing. Uh, he continued his plan. Castle, castle. queen c2. So Bronstein connects the rooks. He mobilizes quickly his pieces. b5 is still not possible because white simply take everything. So bishop d7, and he played h3, provoking neither to play b5, so he goes for b5 here. And Bronstein start to assault on other side of the board, f4. He wants to play e5 here, so bishop's signalizing the attack here. He says that the position of pieces d7, bishop d7, knight c7 are asking for e4 and f4 pawns push forward. And white will gain more and more space in the center. Knight f e8 played by Nadov. Um, so he wants to win the pawn on b2. For example, after ba, knight e4, bishop a4, and then rook b2. This is his idea. That's why he takes a4, ab, and rook goes to a7. We see that black's position is too passive here. And this bishop so annoying on g5, nothing to do against it. It controls this e7 square. bc he took, bishop c4, and rook b e8. It's necessary not to allow rook f1. Afterward, complete this black position will be completely squeezed. So that's why he's trying to exchange this rook. So knight a8 is only moved because bishop e7 in case of queen a8. And after knight a8, ха, Параковский, привет! Привет, привет! Микрофон еще не заказывал. Бабок жду, бабок. Как будут бабки, тогда и закажем. So queen b3 was played by Bronstein here, and f6 by Naidov. He is forced to create weaknesses on this position because he cannot activate his queen otherwise because this is under attack. Bishop h4. Раковский, спасибо. Спасибо за поддержку. Bishop h4. Кстати, через 53 минуты будет этот турнир на ческом Title Tuesday. Буду играть его. Так что давай, оставайся, будешь поддерживать. Sorry guys, speaking Russian with Parakovsky. Queen b6 played by neither here. And of course, when you have space advantage, normally you have to avoid more exchanges, yeah? So queen a3 play. Спасибо, спасибо большое. Queen a3, Bronstein keep queen on the board. Knight e c7. So probably Bronstein wants to go with queen somewhere on b4, b8, and then put this knight here. Otherwise, he would play with this knight. b3 logical move. Supporting here. Knight b5 he played. He exchanged. And f5. Look at this position. So this bishop is completely out of game now. And also idea is to knight f4, knight e6. Very unpleasant here. And white has serious advantage here. Now, of course, the threat is knight f4, g5, knight e6, gh, then knight f8, and once you capture, there will be queen a8. So he played bishop h6. Yeah, I'm gonna play tete, yeah. Stevkic, was queen b4 stupid after queen e3? Let me see. I don't like what knight of actually did. Maybe you're right. So knight e7, b3, and knight b5. Too slow. So in this position, queen b4. Let me understand what's going on here. What if we take a knight a2, attacking this pawn? Probably you will activate knight like that, and I play bishop d3, for example. Then you have counter chances here, knight a4 here. Yeah, it's good chances. You have this pawn. Uh, After queen b4, maybe I need to play something else. What about queen a7? Interesting move here. Queen c4, queen d7, but then knight a7. Yeah, you have. And then b3. Maybe queen a7 is good move here. Knight b6. Who knows? Yeah, queen b4 is interesting move. Yeah, definitely something. Anything was better than what Najdorf did here. Even here maybe. But knight b5, this position looks very, very suspicious. So he played bishop h6 here. And after that, fg by Bronstein. Hg and e4. Look at this. He starts immediate actions here. The point that he uses that knight is a very bad position. After he takes with check and take here. So he takes bishop c4, bc, and takes here. So after d, queen d3. This was the Bernstein's idea because he used the queen and knight very far away from the main clash. f5 not possible because bishop e7, and this is very weak here. So what happened after this? For he asking for what white sacrifice the pawn. Can black go to the counterattack? For now, for this moment, they cannot. And white need only 2-3 moves uh, and capture all main points of the game. For example, knight c3, rook b1, then bishop f2, knight e4. And these pawns are weak. And bad position on knight on a8 it helps them to make this plan. So king h7 is forced, another loss of time. Knight c3 good move, activating the knight. Queen b3 he played. He says that even instead of knight c3 was bishop f2, maybe a little more precise, not allow these chances. And then next move knight c3 or rook b1. But okay, this is details. He played knight d3, knight c3, and opponent played queen b3 here. And now neither find some way to complicate a little bit the things here. I'm reading Neidorf's account on this game and Baadur reads Bronstein's. Okay. Rook b1 played by Bronstein. e4. This was the idea of Neidorf using this pin. Rook b3 he took. Yeah, queen e4 doesn't work because of queen c3. And this like forced d ed. And rook b7. Again, this knight is out of game here. And this is attacked. King g8 he played. Now rook e7 leads to knight b6 here and attacking here. So he played king f2 in this position. Bishop f4 by Najdorf. He probably wants to bring this bishop here or attack knight. King f3 by Fronstein. After bishop d6, as I understood, he wanted to play king e3 and eliminate this pawn. And then just have position advantage in the game. So rook b8 played by Najdorf. And now Bronstein take on b8 and he says that almost all his white's advantage will disappear after this. Much better in this position was rook e7 according to Bronstein. And after rook b3 to play bishop f6 protecting this knight, or after uh, bishop d6 then rook e6 here, bishop e5 then bishop f6, bishop c3, bishop c3, rook b7, rook b3 and bishop a5 strong move here. Again cutting the knight from moves, and rook e8 is a threat. D2 leads nowhere after king e2. He says that he just blundered rook b8 move. So that's why instead of king f3, much better was to play bishop g3 and offer to exchange these bishops. And we see that despite that black has pawn up, it's weak. Also knight is out of game, and we simply grab this pawn later and have advantage. But after rook b8, he take on b8, bishop b8, and he loses winning chances here. Knight a4 he played, attacking here. Bishop d6, bishop f4, attacking here. And after king f7 and king e3, so neither managed to escape this game. King d3 and knight a6. Black is on time to defend this weakness. So pity that Bronstein played well and then missed like that. He played king e4, then check, king e3, e6, and after knight b6, it was 41st move. They simply agreed the draw here. Okay, guys. Probably I will make some break. Enough for now. I will make break, and then I will wait you to title Tuesday tournament in 45 minutes, guys. Even less, actually. Hvala, hvala, Stevkic. Okay, see you guys. Don't eat banana and see you later. Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. I will go for now and see you very soon.